gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Kill.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Oh God. I don't carry potions.
Why not?
I usually just use the other thingies.
There. We gotta kill the mama. But she's birthing boomers.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Oh.
She lays eggs.
Yeah, I'm killing her. I've never seen this one.
Oh, you never have?
No. That one's pretty cool, actually. It's scary, but it's cool.
Yeah, she lays eggs, and it's a never-ending supply of bugs the whole time.
That's the salt. I think the emblem on the salt is hilarious. Look at this. Titties!
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
couldn't help it. We are an 18 and up channel, by the way, in case you didn't know. 18
and up, and she acts 12.
13. I have
12.
I have the mentality of a 13-year-old boy.
And the strength of a 12-year-old girl.
Yep, pretty much. And I throw like a girl too. Why? Because I am one. And I can.
Alright. Do you remember the path to go around to find these?
You know, I used to say there's no stupid question except for the one not asked, but you and the kids have come up with some doozies. That's one of them. No, I don't.
Put me on the follow.
I do.
Have me on follow.
Can I get on top of your head? Where'd you go?
Right here.
I can get on top of your head.
Well, that's an interesting look. It's not suggestive at all. It looked like one mono boob out there with a big long teat on it.
It kind of does. Mono boob. Damn.
That's funny.
Oh, shit.
It's better than what I got now, so I'll take it.
The great mono boob.
Oh.
It's a demon from the netherworld, the mono boob.
The mono.
I did say I was a unique, mystical creature, or whatever the fuck I said. I don't even remember now.
Sort of.
Hey, you let me down. I'm so disappointed.
Water bottle.
Hi.
Hi.
Yoink.
Whee. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Oh, sorry.
Okay, now that she's not listening in, Sai, okay, all right. I saw her, like, she did at least two, like she didn't really, but let's just say she did.
2 face
As she
plants.
fell asleep. Yeah, 2 face plants, yeah.
I already knew she was going to.
No, she didn't, but let's just say she did. I want to hear, like, I want to start an argument. To keep her awake,
I needed to keep her going. I'll take one for the team, I don't care. Oh, man.
Oh, coffee. Ah.
So do you like the
No,
battle
yeah,
mage
no,
look?
great stuff, man. Great stuff. Thank you for all the gifts.
Hello, boys.
Thank you.
Yep.
There was the jump there. Remember that bridge thing you were talking about?
Shut up.
Yes, H. I'm a cat. Sad? Never. Just plotting my next mischief. Now fetch me in more treats. Tuna. Capello.
Not a word. You saw nothing. Oh, where did you come from? Where? I don't know. Where?
Garden gnomes.
Okay, I'm fixing to play a video.
Oh,
it's a
okay,
plushie that I want. I really, really want this plushie.
What is that?
Just watch. Just
The
watch.
skeleton plushie unlocks his inner child. Okay, I'm watching.
Look at this thing. It is so cute. I want it.
Oh my god.
I want it.
Oh my god.
I want it so bad. I want it so bad.
No way.
Yes. It is so cute.
You just put it on your head. It's just like a freaking skeleton, vertebrae or something. Oh my god.
Yes. Look at it. It's so
Oh
cute.
my god. That's.
I love it. I love skeletons though, of all kinds.
She can get one, but she has to wear it for every stream now.
Dude, I would.
Uh-oh.
I would totally do that shit.
It's her new battle armor.
I would totally do that shit.
Wow. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyway, I just had to show that off.
Choppy.
Can they fix the capybaras, please? Because
Alright,
I moved them
listen
to a
up,
bigger
furbags.
area and they
Time
still
for a
seem like
quick
they're
nap
stuck
break.
on the bed.
Don't go anywhere. The fun's about to start again. Meow.
Like, they have
Kappa.
this whole area. Like, it's not even just the beds that they're stuck on. They're stuck on the grass. Like, they look like they're trying to walk, but they're getting nowhere. And it's not even fast. They're just walking in place.
Bestie, will this trigger the OCD?
I'm not looking at
my
your.
God.
I am not looking. I am not looking. I have yours pulled up, but I am not looking because I will kill you.
How Dead got his base privileges revoked. at
How Dead
101.
became dead.
Dead became dead.
I cannot look at your stream right now.
No, but there's nothing on my stream. I'm just hanging from the ceiling.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not streaming. Okay, what do I need? Oh, hold on, I need.
Well,
the
you are by the.
I was going to say, you are actually. You're streaming on Discord.
I am. Oh shit. Okay. Well, never mind then.
You
she
both
has
are.
Seen, she has seen.
I have not.
Oh boy.
I have not seen because
I am looking right at it.
all I
Hey.
can see is what
Hey.
Dead is
Honey.
streaming. What?
Come up here.
Where is up here? Okay. Like,
Is that an
hello,
An M
mama.
on her chest or an H or?
I think it's supposed to be something that holds the bra together.
That way it doesn't explode.
Yeah, it's like a buckle.
It's held by gravity.
Oh
Gravity may always
man!
be in your face.
Holy cow! I mean, it's a cute outfit. don't
Hopefully
get me
she's
wrong.
not super speed, man. That would be
Oh
horribly
wow!
painful. No, it's not boom boom. It'd be the cat in the knapsack thing. Just doesn't even cover what that would be. That would be horrendously.
Or
funny to
jump,
watch.
the super jump.
I mean, the super jump. I could see that being, you know, the landings would be a little questionable at times, but.
Dude, that would be hell in real life. Good golly. As someone who was cursed, and I mean this, cursed,
Yeah,
As
I
being-
still to this day say that if
well endowed in the top half.
If bra sizes was a grade in school,
I failed.
most times she's failed that course.
Yes. That's his favorite thing to tell people.
I don't have an instrument, but I did find the flute that Nikki's using.
Yeah, it's made
Actually,
out
I
of
made
bone.
that one.
Huh?
She's quite literally playing a bone flute.
I made it because I didn't have one.
Oh, well, I did put one in the chest.
What chest? Where?
I'll go in the base and find it.
Apparently,
It was with the tools and the pickaxes and such.
apparently, we loading in this world, whatever, with those raw materials on me, we just unlocked the recipes.
There you go.
Woohoo! No shit.
Oh, I got it. It's right here. It's the ornate flute. I'm surprised you didn't see it. See, mine is
Bring it
ornate.
with. Look at.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today?
Good
Well,
trap.
I'm completely lost in a new game that I've never played.
I've only played it for a little bit of time, so I'm not much better than you.
I'm seeing my death in front of me. Level 29 wolf.
I may need you to help me with some settings because right now this is struggling. Especially if I
think we
sprint.
adjusted your settings.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it just changed or what, but if I sprint, it's struggling. I mean, right now it's not so bad, but a second ago it was.
I'm going up near my pod if you want to come up here. I've got a
Oh, dear.
structure-ish kind of built, and there's also a field of stuff up here.
No, don't run away from me. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Aha, I got it. Come back. Where you go? You have the knife. I don't. I have a pickaxe and axe.
Where are you at?
Down by the water.
Oh man, here.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you left, and I saw a deer.
There's level 29 wolf in between us.
Oh, hold on.
Hold
I'll
on.
carry it to you as best as I can.
I'm up the main path where you killed the other
I'm coming.
thing.
I see you. Oh, right here. To your right. How do I drop the carcass? Drop carcass. Drop carcass. There we go. Okay.
Yep. Let me get knee deep into this.
I don't have this open yet.
Well, I don't know how to cook it, but we have it. And it's slowly rotting. And when I mean slowly, I mean that it's actually almost halfway rotted already.
Fun. There we go.
You coming up this way?
Yeah, I'm trying to beat up the bones. And wait for my game to catch up. There it goes.
Is that El Wolfo that's about to land right in the lake?
I guess. Me and my luck probably will. My luck is when it comes to this game.
I'm squirreling for a second because I found wheat
Well, come back down this way. So,
down toward the lake.
yeah, we might as well build down here, just blow off the little bit of stuff that I have in mind.
It's always good staying next to the
Water, yeah. Okay.
Where does this show your health and stuff?
The bottom left.
Oh, okay.
My oxygen is low.
Put a blue rock in your thing in your inventory. Where it says O2.
Inventory. Blue rock in there.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if she has told you, but watch out for trees. Trees can kill you.
No, I hadn't.
Right?
Yeah, I know.
they
I just
can
got hit
fall
by the
on you.
tree when as it rolled over and barely touched me.
One.
I don't remember how to freaking play this game.
Yeah.
Me too, because I've played so many hours. Equaling 0. Oh my god, go over the tree.
Okay.
I chopped the rest of the wood up that was in the water. Now let's see if I can get out of the water. Ah, there we go. Nope, maybe not. Ah, come on. Get your ass up there. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, finally.
Need to find stone.
Well, there's a big one right here. So we're just going to build something like right here by the water or on the little...
I would, yeah.
Do we want to build it right here or over on the little island looking thing right there? Next to the two rocks or... I don't know, so I'm...
Trying to remember where you... Oh, this is a different location than where I dropped up before. From when we went back when me and her were both playing. It's still the same, somewhat close. He's got to go like far north, but ain't worth the travel right now. I would say,
Oh my god, my game is struggling. Yeah.
as I'm going to do, I'll pick up rocks.
Inventory. I need
I
to
see a
find
fish.
blue ones.
What do you have your,
Hello,
So open
how
your
are you,
settings real quick.
SaiAndNikiGaming? What a
It may have
curious name
reset
you
or
have
something
there.
with one of the updates.
Glances around with a mischievous look,
Go
Kappa.
to display, scroll up. Okay, slowly.
I did turn this down to 60 a second ago because it was at 120.
That won't really matter. That's just the limiters.
Well, either way.
Turn down your field of view down to like 90, which is going to be the lowest. Scroll on down some. Maybe turn contact shadows off.
Okay.
Scroll on down. What is the limit pool size to VRAM?
The what?
Mouse over pool size to VRAM.
Like, it's not doing anything.
I was reading the display on the side to see what it does.
Sorry.
Maybe try turning that off.
Okay.
Scroll on down some. Mouse over tessellation. Go to skybox quality. No, I meant, and go to low.
Okay.
Scroll down. FSR sharpness, turn it down to like 50. And then click on the one where it says performance, right above that. And set it, just leave it set on performance. And everything else should be fine. I'll hit, go back and see if that cleans it up any at all.
Until I restart the game.
Yep.
Okay, well.
I guess you're going to be stuck with that until you restart the game. Unless we need to temporarily.
Well, I can restart, and you guys can stay in.
Did we decide on a spot to...
Because we're on a dedicated server, so you guys can stay in, and I can restart. It's not going to affect you guys, so... But it does seem to be doing better, so...
Well, it's also turning nighttime. Should we just build like right here where there's this little outcrop area or whatever? I don't know, so...
Maybe?
Sorry, I was actually between someone and exploring. I'm still in the area, but I'm also exploring around the water to see if there's like a decent land that we can build at. That's still near the water.
I need to find blue rock.
Okay.
Hello, Deathlight.
I know, I'm fashionably late. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know about fashionably. Definitely late.
Yeah.
Had a family thing.
That's what they call it nowadays.
Uh-huh.
Watch it. I'll tell your wife on you.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Whatever would she say, but she agrees.
You had 38 minutes to do a 2-minute job.
It was not a 2-minute job, bud.
8-second ride? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's 30 seconds of fun and a minute and a half of cuddle. That's the 2-minute job.
25 seconds of that is undressing.
Sorry,
Not that kind of thing.
Well, you didn't specify. I was just using my
Sure.
imagination.
You should realize by now where our minds go. I'm just saying.
Immediately to every part of the
You
gutter.
should be careful where your minds go because that's not anywhere close.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It was in a ballpark. It was dealing with two humans. That's,
Nope.
sexuality is one of
Nope.
the two things of humans.
Nope. Not even close.
You're never going to get out of this.
Guess what, y'all?
I was helping my daughter clean upstairs, okay?
Ah. That's the excuse I would use too.
what?
Makes you sound better.
I'm over encumbered.
Let's see, she being a shit picker upper.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody's got to do it.
I am not over encumbered and I have a almost full inventory.
I am very over encumbered by like.
I need
A bunch.
to make stuffies.
Stuffies?
Yeah, like something to get rid of stuff out of my inventory.
Yeah, same. But I don't know where we're building, so I don't know where to put stuff.
Well,
And I don't remember how to build in this game, so there's that.
press tab, go to crafting after you select stuff on your tech tree, and then you make stuff on your tech tree. Which I can make a small wooden crate, I can make wood structure.
I am not going on cam tonight, just so you guys know.
Are you
Okay.
going live?
I am gonna go live, but I'm not gonna use my cam.
Okay, well,
Where does it show how many points you have?
Top left.
3 points
I
available.
will open stream
Yeah, I found
together
it.
then and send you an invite.
So I need that. I need that. I need one more point. That. Because I don't have a hammer.
Invite sent, although I'm not sure if you get it before or after you.
I think if he could probably do like what I did when it comes to joining the server, because you can actually join straight on the friends. So you didn't need the extra IP and all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because that's how I did. I joined because I went to my friends and I seen that you guys were on, and I just joined straight from there.
So, question
to
still
know.
remains. Do we want to actually... Oh, there's a wolf behind you. It's
Me?
attacking you.
Me?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know. Alright, you skin it and I'll get its bones. Because I need more shit in my pockets.
I would say, for me, what looks like the best place is right over there where the horses are. I know they're not called a horse in game.
They're a horse.
It's Tyrannus or whatever. But, that is an island-ish, and it should keep us safer from wolves and stuff, maybe? I'm just guessing. I have no clue whether or not that's actually true or not. But yeah, I'm gonna go over here.
Are you gonna build?
Well, I have the stuff unlocked to be able to build, so.
And no, it would not save you from wolves. Wolves will actually swim across the water.
Okay, the horse is chasing me right at the moment, too.
Now, we are not doing any previous unlocked stuff starting from scratch, right?
We are starting from scratch. However, if it does give you the opportunity to pull stuff from, you know, when it tells you that you've been given a suit, you know, whatever, you can pull stuff from that. Because I was given the opportunity to pull an axe, a pickaxe, and a suit, and
A little
I
help
grabbed
here.
it.
Little help.
Where are you at?
Right next to you with the angry ass horse on my ass because I just killed its mate.
Oh, I fell in the water.
Well, just stab it from in the water.
I'm trying. I'm too far away though. I died.
I mean, an item was broken. How do you repair? Repair. Okay.
Oh.
Take all.
You're looking to go
Where's the other one?
look that way.
There we go.
I know the baby ones won't attack you.
Oh, the big ones do. They're
Yeah.
both dead now.
We got meat for days. Sorry.
Well, not for days, but
That's
Until
actually
it-
how you tame. That's how you tame them. You have to
Kill the mommy
kill the
and
parent.
then
Yeah, kill the parent, and then you can lead the baby back to your place.
you have to have a pin for it though. Oh, gee.
I mean, well, technically you don't. It just speeds it up.
Oh,
the hell poisoned.
yeah, I think I got that too. Hey,
And
look, there's
concussion.
another horse over there.
I was like, careful.
Nikki,
drinking
I
the
still got that gear on your, on We All Gonna Die on your other open world guy.
Be nice if I could see.
Open your eyes. Oh wait, nighttime.
Right. Okay, you go there. Consume the stack of that.
Yeah, no, it would be kind of nice if we were able to see, because I'm trying to find like a decent area, whatever we could build, But with it being nighttime,
I am crafting bandages. Oh my
I'm crafting
gosh.
8 walls.
I can also craft small wood crates.
Door. Yeah, I can craft those. But, go ahead and make some, I guess. I don't know.
The small wood crates.
okay.
Yeah.
It it's starting to light up.
I can make one. Why only one? Oh, because it's using all the plant fibers that I grabbed for bandages. So I just need to grab some more, which is fine because there are plenty. I got this. Maybe if the game would stop struggling.
Keep hitting B to go into the build menu. That doesn't work.
Yeah, different games, different buttons.
I'm just making a flat roof because
That's fine.
it's a start. We have doors.
It's something to be able to get us out from the storm when it hits.
You can put a campfire down on the wood floor, correct?
Put it outside. Otherwise it'll catch stuff on fire. And I don't have the fire whacker thingy unlocked yet. I don't know what you guys have unlocked, but
Here comes the last man to the party.
yay!
Yeehaw!
Well, luckily you're close by.
And there's a wolf right outside.
Fun. Do you need assistance?
Crap. I can't even see.
He has no idea.
Welcome to being late. I'm just messing with you.
All right.
Oh, I don't need that many.
Settings, gamma. Carry it up a little bit.
I am being attacked again.
Hey, look. I can see. If you have gamma set on like 3, it's a little easier to see at night. Granted, it's probably also almost daytime
Oh,
now.
come on. Don't. Honey,
What?
I require assistance.
Where
Wait,
is
where
this
are we
system?
building at?
I just built over here on this island, I think, or whatever. Come towards me.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to Deathlight, but where is you for assistance?
You gotta look for me on the map, babe.
Okay, you're orange. I see you.
Can't pick that up. Can't pick
Oh,
that up.
Red, orange, whatever. Yeah, so you're blue, she's like a reddish color, he's yellow, and I'm green.
Weather event incoming.
Stretches
Rain.
and yawns
Rain is
lazily.
fine.
Hey
Wood.
viewers, you can come
Word.
pet
I
and
have
play with
wood.
me in
I'm
the Twitch
full of wood.
Cafe
I just have
extension.
a
Just don't
yeah. There's a
expect
body
me to
there.
do any
I also
tricks.
have a couple of
Capella.
boxes here that dropped that I didn't realize was gonna drop because apparently they don't freaking stack.
I got the wood bundle thing.
Okay, well here's a box. Over here. Hello, I'm over here in the trees.
That's Deathlight. Over here where? Oh, okay.
Right here. Here's a box right here.
I
There's
see it.
another box right here.
I got it.
Thank
Come
you.
this way.
I Deathlight. Wait, what is... Oh, those are just sticks. Okay. What? You
I got a
stopped.
horse on my ass. What is...
You stopped.
I was changing my stuff in my inventory so I could put a box down when I get over here.
Okay, well...
What's
Alright.
wrong,
I have more boxes.
Our
so-
home away from home is right here.
Whee! By the way, you can pick up fish in the water as
Okay.
long as you have inventory space. But there are fish who actually bite you as well, so be careful with that.
Jesus
I'm a
Christ.
piranha. I live in the Amazon.
Let me out of the water. Why can't I jump?
I don't know. It was doing weird things to me too.
Really? Oh my.
How do you place?
Okay, there we go.
Very carefully.
No, it was just being weird. It was like not letting me place it. It was wanting to go into spinny mode. There. Left one has foodstuffs in it, I think, or something semblance of food in it. Middle one has leather and bone in it. Or there's just a whole line of them.
I made like 6. Because there's 4 of us. So,
I was just putting stuff into stuff, so
it's fine.
that way we can get shelter, because right now we don't have actual shelter. There's no roof over most of that.
Now that spoiled me.
Timber.
Bone. Leather, which I don't have any of. Some bandages in the first one. Coffee beans, oil plants, tea, really, cocoa, soybeans. I'm keeping those fuckers on me. And then, you want wood? There's your wood. You want sticks? There's your sticks. You want fibers? There's your fibers. And there's some rocks. Oh wait, never mind. That box was full. What? What? Oh, everything's breaking because there wasn't a roof.
There's a roof now.
Well, too late now. All the boxes are broke. I'm having to pick everything up off the floor. God damn it. Fuck me. Oh, man. Get wood out of the box again so I can remake boxes.
Welcome to this game to where environment's just gonna trash your shit.
Especially once the lightning starts.
Oh my god.
There's another box.
Well, I just made 6.
Well, I still had one from the ones you dropped.
Well, now we have 7, I guess.
Yeah. You can place a box in a box.
In a box?
Yeah, in other words, as storage.
Well, I get that, but it does us no good that way.
Yeah, well.
Okay, somebody's
what
in my
all
way.
have you guys
That's like you
researched?
are in my way.
I'm in nobody's way.
You are too.
So, research-wise, I have small wood crate, I have campfire, I have wood hammer, wood spear, wood knife, or stone knife. And then I have wood building base set.
You can stack them, by the way.
That's all I've done so far.
Oh my god, what? We need lighting. What is behind me?
I do have campfire thing.
I have
done.
campfire.
Who the
Also.
hell is
Well, I did
Roxy?
that too because I like the fire pit.
I I have
early on.
one in my inventory.
I'm guessing
Already
Roxy is Blood Wolf.
And then I will get like the oxidizer and the water purifiers.
So I can't put a campfire here in the middle of the floor inside of this place?
I don't think so. My understanding is it will catch fire to the building.
I know it would on the thatch, but I didn't know if one wood it would do that or not.
You can, as long as you don't have it up close against the wall, if I remember right. I think if you put it too close to a wall, it might catch on fire. I'm not sure.
I just didn't know if we needed it to cook with or not. And I didn't know if it would actually work outside in the rain. So.
Okay, there's all of that. I'll put food over here.
Can you pick it up after you put it down?
Yes.
There.
That was bright.
For a moment it was.
Yeah. What was that?
Are you scared?
It was a spider. It's attached to your
Shut your
shoulder.
bad mouth.
What's bad, there was actually those in here too.
Yeah, I know.
About it.
In the caves.
Somebody moved all my stone.
I did. Sorry. I was trying to organize a little bit. Like resources is in these 3 on the right side. Food and medicine is on the left. So far.
Yes, mommy.
You know what? I'm having a day. Don't test my patience today.
One
You
thing I
little
was
shit.
Yes, mommy.
would recommend making whatever is the hammer,
I have it.
because that's what allowed you to see the durability of stuff and repair. And I think eventually you can actually use that same hammer and you can actually upgrade the material instead of having to break it and replace it type deal.
Should we
Don't
make
let
a
my butt on fire.
drying rack?
Why not?
Because I'll tell mama.
Fuel. There. Let there be light.
As the whole place burns down because it's in here on wood.
Hey, I didn't do it. Only thing I put down is 6 boxes. So yeah, there's
Hey.
that.
I just knew we needed a place to get out of the weather.
Which is what weather is currently done right now, so we can actually, yeah, take the time now to gather.
I'm making a drying rack at the moment, so got like 16 seconds left, but I'm assuming it has to go outside. I'm not sure.
I would put it outside because
Where is the food at, by the way?
on the left side, on the bottom
On the
box.
bear.
There is meat cooking.
I know I was gonna put meat on the drying rack.
Oh well, my bad.
No, you're fine. I
You
was
can
just-
take it out of the campfire.
Also, the nice thing about this game too is like if you don't want to cram our chest full of stone and wood, you can start making stone piles and stuff like that. That takes like 100 on each, and you can just place it down. And if you just need that wood or stone, you can just demolish that item, and all your stuff will be there.
I can see clearly now. The sun's coming up.
So if you set this in front of the windows, I guess, is there a way to not have, or are there actual window things that you can, put over the windows? Like shutters or something?
Did you go live, Deathlight?
I did go live and it shut itself off.
I was wondering why the stream together thing wasn't working.
Let me go inside. Let me restart this thing.
So another question we were figuring out also earlier about stuff that people learn, like the tech stuff. When it comes to the talents, who's focusing what right off the start?
I don't know.
Well, as far as what I have, I did the basic water purifiers, campfire, oxidizer, bandage, suture kit, wood crates, seed extractor.
I'm talking about the talents, not the tech. Talents was like
well,
different ones. You could
okay.
get the survival or adventure, stuff
Well,
like that.
For mine, I obviously did inventory weight capacity, and then for solo, I did health. Because I'm getting my ass kicked. Just to be honest here.
Nikki, go ahead and send that to me again. I don't know how it turned itself off.
I will try. Let me refresh this real quick, see if that helps. Yeah, that's
I mean, I can do, I've already got a
action
knife,
already
so
taken. So, yeah.
I can do fine butcher and I have dense packing, which means I can, my inventory weight capacity is up 5%. But I can do fine butcher since I have a knife.
I figured that I would do farming and stuff as soon as I can, but
I don't know. This is my first time, so I'm learning everything, so. I also have a bow, and I have 17 arrows at the moment, so.
yeah, I don't have anything but a pickaxe and an axe. We're all gonna die. I'm just kidding.
Saint.
Oh, I just realized I don't have something open. This one, launch. Did you open it?
How is MJ today?
Did I open what? Oh, that?
Mary Jane?
No.
Sure.
I don't know who MJ is. That was the first thing that came to mind for me.
That's how I know Saint.
That's how you know Saint?
Saint of Shadows.
Oh. I get it. I don't have shared chat on. Let's do that now, since we got that working.
That's funny. You just invited me and you don't have shared chat?
You know what? I was waiting for you to accept it.
I did.
I know, but you didn't tell me that you accepted it, and I wasn't looking at that screen, so there's that.
Hello, how are
It's a
you
whole
saying
different computer.
Shad 0WS? Kappa.
And it's not the one in front of me. Oh.
I would hope so. Oh, that reminds me what I was going to do.
So how'd you grab the fish in the water?
I think you just hit F. I could be wrong.
I probably just wasn't close enough.
That may be.
I really don't want to restart again, just to turn down my graphics a little bit. Anyways, MJ, how you doing?
Where did that stupid goat go?
That, and maybe that, and we'll go over here. That one. Crafting. What can I craft? Fuck. Oh, that's what I can craft right now. Cool. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to restart.
Why is that?
Because every time I turn around, the game is stuttering like crazy.
Watch your frames per second. That might be something to do with it.
I already bumped it down to 60 from 120. We turned
wow.
all the graphics to low. Or off.
Her graphics card is significantly older, so it's probably.
I've got a 3050 and mine's being kind of jumpy.
I mean, mine is fine, but mine is what I want to get for her.
We just can't afford it.
Well, either mine or the one version of it down, which would be a 9060, but the 9060 16 gig.
Oh,
it's a significantly cheaper but effective to fix the problem and get her updated to current generation of graphics to where she can actually play most of the games without having many of the issues she's having. But mine starts having problems because of the CPU, not because of the GPU.
So one of those. Okay, maybe we'll... Oh.
Trying to crush yourself with a tree over there?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I was behind it.
Those trees are always scary too when you chop them down because they do like a little hop. It's like, are they going to crush me or are they not?
I mean, at least it obeys somewhat the laws of physics for chopping. It usually falls in the opposite direction that you know that you're facing or whatever.
I need wood.
be building a dock?
Me?
No.
No, I was just trying to get it to where we have like a bigger thing because of the fact that we can put the supports down.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So we get a little more of a
Space.
area.
Oh my
I was
god.
thinking about maybe putting this over the water.
Well, we can go out one more towards the water without actually being out over the water. So, I was actually going to do that, but I say that. Yeah, I can do it like this.
I found a bunch of pumpkins. I'm cooking.
Oh my god. I can't with this game right now.
The one thing I haven't quite figured out myself, I haven't really experimented with it. I mean, you might know it, Deathlight, whatever, but when it comes to the whole farming thing, like how to grow the stuff, whatnot, I never didn't play it long enough to really look into that.
It's been a little bit since I've done that.
I'm done.
You
'Cause I know
exiting out to...
Yeah.
Last time I played this is when it was me, you, and her on here.
Yeah.
I can't keep trying to... I'm restarting.
I mean, I've kept the game updated, I just haven't played it.
I know exactly what you mean. Say, do you have Icarus?
Stretches out lazily sleeping? Yes please. Humans are so boring. Yawns and curls up for a nap. Kappa lol.
Hey, real quick before you... Hey.
Yeah.
Before you get back in, click to get back to the screen. Over here. Exit out. Go into, right click on where it says Icarus there on the right. Right click, properties. Very bottom type in box. -sign DX12. So it's -DX12.
Yeah.
Now just close out of that. And then now start the game. And see if it actually, see if that will make a difference, seeing as how it is now set up for DX12 instead of DX11, because it's forcing DX12. Because AMD graphics cards don't like DX11 on the 6000 series. So
I shall be the hunter miner.
I select join dedicated servers, direct connect, paste, confirm. Yes, I'm aware
How's-
my water is crucial.
How are y'all doing on oxygen?
Um,
I'm okay at the moment.
what is that? Just
That
kidding.
is what's oxygen? Stuff you breathe.
I just meant I don't have any.
You see this thing called an oxidizer in here?
Yes, I know. But I tried to
Okay.
hit F on it to consume and it didn't fuck off. Oh yeah, I was doing something.
Well, I just added a bunch of oxide to it, so you can look at the ball part of it, the balloon part of it, and press F on that, and that'll give you O2.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, when it comes to this game, I have no clue what I'm doing in it. I'm flying by the seat of somebody's pants, and I'm not even sure if it's my own right now. I mean, it's still a survival game, and I'm, you know...
Bottom center box will be sulfur and oxide. Eventually, sulfur will be used to help create us a better oxygen system.
At the moment, food is my problem.
There is
There's-
pumpkin in the...
There's 3 cooked steaks or meat or whatever you want to call it in the bottom left box as well.
Okay.
So. Okay, that worked. Thank you. One.
How's my kitty?
Hanging out
Crazy.
on her tree like usual. One of them. She's in the tree above Fiona right now.
Nice.
I say crazy like usual.
You
That's
should
where
have seen her.
Fiona's at.
I did an all-night stream in City of Heroes last night, and at one point during that, she ended up having the zoomies on the paper behind me. It was quite funny, actually.
I always miss the zoomies.
I know.
All I see is a lazy cat.
I know.
I mean, that's 90% of the time for cats
And
anyways.
not to
so-
mention that during the time that she was having the zoomies, she was speaking to the spirits very loudly.
Yep.
I was like, what are you screaming about?
Meow, meow,
Like, she
meow.
was yelling.
Meow.
So,
Okay, this is much
how do
better.
you take a X to pick up
What are you trying to take? What are
the
you
door
stealing?
off the inside?
Oh. I guess you figured it out?
Yeah.
Nobody did anything to you, stupid horse.
I made it bigger so that we have more
You
space.
got in their proximity.
Oh, I don't have a knife yet.
I haven't unlocked it to be able to make it yet. But I think Sai may have.
The knife? Yeah, I can make a knife.
I'm just gonna leave the area because wolves are bound to happen.
Alright. I got salt.
Is there a way to pick up walls? Or the walls you're just kind of screwed on?
You destroy them, I believe.
Yeah, I think you have to like hit them and destroy them. And I think it gives you part of what
Or
you
wait,
put into
can I do
back.
it with this?
But I mean-
Deconstruct. Why?
I was gonna say, yeah. Luckily, you have a hoarder for a wife, so
Yeah, when you deconstruct, as long as it's not fully damaged or whatnot, you should get 100% of your materials back, or if not, almost all your materials.
Well, I made our house a little bit bigger, so
well,
there's
that's
still
good,
one little wall here,
'cause
but
we gonna need a bigger place.
I don't know structural integrity, how that works yet. So,
Structural integrity is pretty decent.
like if it's too, what is the maximum span that something can be before it starts collapsing itself?
It'll tell you, in a way. Stuff will start looking like it's broken.
if I remember right. Wait just a second. I think they have it like, I think it's like color coded. It'll let you know. It's like if it's green, it's obviously it's good. Yellow,
What is blue?
still good. Oh, there you go. Never mind. That's the ones when you're seeing like that. Ones that are blue is good, and if it start going, I think yellow, it's starting to lose support, and if it's red, obviously there's no support. So as soon as you place something on it, it would probably instantly break.
I was just curious because I was gonna add a support beam here or whatever and then take out this wall. So I guess we'll try that. The whole place didn't break. We're good.
I know back on my single player or whatever, I made like a ranger tower type base where you use the supports to build like upward and whatnot.
Yeah. I was just curious because I was giving us some extra room because I built the first one kind of small. So now it's bigger. So
Yeah, that's one thing nice. You actually can change how the stuff is.
I also took out some of the windows that way maybe the boxes and stuff that are near that stuff won't get as damaged as quickly or whatever.
I think the only reason why they got damaged is because there was no roof when the rain happened. So they were taking the full blunt from the environment damage.
The humans are taking a break. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things.
Eventually we won't want to
They'll
get
be
away
back
from
soon
wood
enough.
yeah.
Meow. Kappa.
I know if it's like really high winds or whatever, it like messes with it or something. I'm not sure. But...
Yeah. No. Because if you actually,
I need a knife holder.
A knife holder?
Yes, somebody who has a knife. I has a wolf that be dead.
Okay, well I have extra skinning and stuff, so.
Oh, hey look, I might have two for you by the time you get here. Hey look, we have two.
I get extra skinning, extra bones and stuff like that, and extra meat from them.
Okay,
I guess they're a chance or whatever.
Well then I shall let you get the bones then.
Well, I meant from the skinning process, not from chopping it up. I'll go put this on the, drying rack better than the, other as far as processing?
It'll probably last longer and not spoil as fast, I would think. I could be wrong in that. I don't know. Deathlight and Bloodwolf would probably know better than I.
Imagine making jerky over cooked meat.
That's what I was thinking, as to how it would last longer.
I just made all the stuff that I just got off those wolves in the drying rack. That way, it would maybe last longer.
That works.
Maybe. I don't know if it works like that, but we're going with it. Spoiled stuff?
I think I may need it for farming. I'm not for sure though, because I still got to figure the farming stuff out. But a lot of times you use spoiled stuff for farming, like for fertilizer and whatnot, so we can technically move the spoiled stuff to a different box if you'd like. But it's just going to keep filling up the food box as it spoils anyway, so it's kind of pointless to move it unless you just want to keep moving it, but you know, just saying.
Oh, you're fun.
But that's why I didn't just like chunk it, because I had thoughts in mind for that. I still gotta figure that stuff out, but
Okay.
Along. Looking good so far.
Where the yellow marker is, there is a cave I started on. It is more than likely the closest cave to us.
Is it the one with spiders?
No.
There's also
sure?
another, from where we're at, if you actually look at the map to the other water source that's to the north, the little like a U, can't say like a U shape, but that stone area right there before that water, pretty much up there by M12, or M12 and L12.
Yeah.
There's actually a cave there. I vaguely remember that from my playthrough, because I hadn't fully explored every area. Because, you know, once you start going in that little snow area, that environment is harsh, as well as the desert area. If you're not prepared, it will mess you up.
Stupid horse scared the crap out of me.
Do you need a wipe?
I don't think the bandages are going to work for that.
I mean, there's a river here.
I mean, there is plant fibers. Might work for that. Maybe.
We're actual full smartasses today. It's all good.
But yeah, no, if you actually look when you're building this stuff, if you actually scroll, highlight over, it will literally tell you what it's good for. Like for like the wood stuff, has somewhat resistance to like the resist falling trees and stuff like that.
Oh shit! Can I actually hurt you? Well, now I look like a beautiful unicorn. Sweet! Can you take that back? Okay.
The hell did you do?
He was like all up in my face, so I took
shot her in the face.
Yeah, I took my pickaxe and hit him in the face with it, and I didn't realize I could hurt him. So I was like, oh shit, can I actually hurt you? So he shot me with an arrow right in the head, so I look like a unicorn. So then he took it back, which is fine. He needs his arrows anyway.
I'm surprised I haven't been killed yet then. If you can PvP.
You'll find a way.
Oh, but we can hurt each other.
If I remember right, she actually did do something here that I can't remember what it was when the first day we started playing this. She actually did something that I think killed me or damn near killed me. What we could have done, Sai,
Yawns dramatically nap
here,
time.
we probably could have
Peasants.
put it up on the
I have important
beams.
cat things to
That way
do.
we could- it'll be
Catch
off
me
the
if you
ground,
can.
it'll give us a little more
Curls
build
up
space
and
upward.
snoozes capullo.
You can always build a second story on top of it. You just have to get the advanced materials and actually build the stairs or something like that, I think. Which I can do. If we need to. Not opposed.
How's my food freaking...
How did your food freak? I don't know.
If
If you want to explain that to me too, I mean that's a lesson I didn't learn in school. I've never seen food freaks before.
No, the fact that my food just instantly got low, like it did.
Probably because it was regenerating health that you lost to some unknown reason.
Yeah, probably.
I'm fishing. Actually, I think it's more along the lines of noodling, sort of, kind of. I don't know.
Trapdoors, wood window, wood railing gate,
To the
wood
walls.
ladder. Okay, so I need that one and that one. I need 5 points. I only have the one. Okay. Or I only have 3. Which means that I can actually technically make a second story on this and actually have a ramp go up or whatever from the outside. So I need that one and that one. And now I need crafting. Make a couple of these windows.
Where did the fish go that I just picked up? Don't tell me they fell in the water. Ugh. Wood. Sticks is full. Rocks.
There.
That's full. That needs to go there. Animal stuff I don't have. Put that there. I'm just gonna put.
We do also need like bedrolls and stuff like that, I think, don't we?
Yes, actually, I have that unlocked.
Bedrolls is the way we sleep at night.
Have it
where we
unlocked.
can
Let me.
Get through the night
bypass
faster.
We need more fur and leather. I can tell you that. I'm very cautious about that campfire at the moment.
Does a bedroll also give you like a save point or a bind point for respawning, or?
Yes, it does.
So, very highly important that we get that in pretty soon, probably. Alright.
You go there, you go up there, you go there, you go up there somewhere. And you go up there somewhere. These around here. I'm just gonna put these on the back side over here. Cause fuck it, why not? This out.
If you happen to step in that fire, you will burn down our entire house.
I did not do that. If you are speaking to me. That's why I was squeezing around the fire and you.
I just thought I'd put it out there so y'all know.
Noted.
If it's like placed in the center like that, it's fine. But I knew if you place it near a wall, you'll eventually catch the wall on fire. That's why I always, when it comes to the campfires, for my playthroughs, I've always just left them outside.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you can actually move it now to outside because I got a covered spot right here underneath this ramp. So, on the ground.
Okay. I have fish chunks. That's what I'm getting. Okay. Come here, fish.
I do believe you can hang the drying fish on the drying rack, I think.
I think so. Come here. I want to catch you, but I don't have the stamina
Your
for
walls are
that.
backwards.
Huh?
Your walls are backwards.
I don't care.
The weather does.
Yeah. Screw the weather, man. I'll make the weather my bitch. I'm kidding.
Good luck with that. Are you the mean one? You are. Thank you.
Oh, that just sucked.
What's
that?
We need some repairs to the house.
What did you do?
He's
It
not-
wasn't me.
Which direction did you aim the tree?
Away from the base, and it came back the other way.
I don't believe you, sir.
I was expecting something that she would do, not you.
I'm in the water. It wasn't me this time. But I agree, it probably would have been me.
If you aim it at another tree, it's gonna fall into that tree. So aim it in the in-between directions.
I am currently trying to get us food so we can survive.
Oh great, we're all gonna die.
What ifs? At least I'm not trying to break the house down.
It's got a point.
This
At
time.
least I'm not trying to burn the house down.
Hey, I didn't do that either. I went around it. Thank you very much. I haven't even caught myself on fire. Yet. I was getting there.
I was just
Saying
pre-finishing that
it before I
saying, yeah.
could. I was gonna say it, don't worry. I throw myself under the bus all the time.
Plant fibers don't grow back fast enough.
Go get some out of the fucking box. There's like 2 boxes worth of
Trying
plant
to
fibers.
Save the plant fibers. Just in case we need
There's
them for
like 2
stuff.
boxes of plant fibers, babe.
Okay.
What she said.
I mean, Blood Wolf calls me the shit picker upper for a reason. Come on. Right?
She is the Ultra Suck 9000. You get it right, sir.
We're
Not
just
even
leaving
going
that
there.
comment way alone.
You can go everywhere you want with that comment.
Yeah. Not going there.
Actually, instead of giving you resources back, it just gives you a whole new wall back when you tear one down.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I couldn't remember.
I didn't know, so I was just, you know, going based off what I just saw.
And when you upgrade, it gives you back the wood wall. So, like, if you turn around and upgrade to stone, it'll give you back the wood wall.
But what if I just want to put more bricks on the wall?
Then I'm gonna say, talk to your wife.
Why talk to me? I don't know shit about this game.
Well, no, it's a song. Another brick in the wall.
Apparently I didn't catch that
We
reference
don't
until I
need
was told about it. So
explanation.
I know the song now. I just didn't pop in my head when he said it.
Hey, Nikki, leave those
What?
kids alone.
I know, right?
Did you already
Alright.
make the water
Whoa!
purifier?
No, I'm about to.
Well, what? Why are you trying to kill everything?
I'm gonna stay over here. I've been watching those trees. Like
I'm trying to get the trees away from the house so that we don't have a problem.
I know, I'm just giving you shit.
I'm over here watching those trees bounce around.
Yeah, this is like the worst it's been in I don't know how long. Good timber.
The roof corners, is that like the both ends of the corner that meet on a pyramid
Angle?
shape or a triangle from both
Yes.
sides as a ramp? Well, I was curious because it doesn't look that way on the little thumbnail, so. And I didn't want to build one to waste that material without kind of half-ass knowing what I was. That is not both sides. That is one side. The hell. Fine, whatever. I have to
A
have.
basic water purifier. I need stone and charcoal.
Well, it
Well,
should be charcoal. It should be
Yeah.
charcoal in the fireplace.
Duh. I will probably create a couple of these. Now, do we want the rainwater purifier or do we want the basic water purifier? Two of each, maybe.
I was saying, I know there's the one. I know the one that you sit inside. You sit in. You place it in the water. I can't remember which one is that. Which one that? I think it's just the regular purifier. The regular purifier. And not the rain one, but the other one. Yeah, it's the basic water purifier. That's the one that you sit it in the water. The other one you gotta rely on the
Stretches
rain
and yawns lazily. What do you
Well,
think?
it rains
A
often
charity
enough, but
case.
I'm doing two
I
of
get all
each,
the
so.
attention and fancy feast a cat could want. Licks poor dismissively
Yeah, I
Kappa.
know it rains often enough, but you get a better output with the ones that are in the water, especially like in our current state, we're living next to the water.
Don't matter to me. Y'all figure that part out.
He's like, I don't care, you guys do drugs.
There's a coffee plant over there somewhere. I saw one earlier. That is a drug to me. It is a necessity of life.
what if I don't want to back up? I can make medium wood boxes now. Yay!
Craft. Also craft. And voila, we have it upstairs. Now I just gotta work on windows.
Winders?
Yep, windows.
Vendors?
Windows. And the valves.
The Vinderheim.
I'll vendor your hiney in a minute.
That's what she said.
We have a storm coming.
Okay, one moment.
Nope, not allowed. Are you in a safe place?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
inside.
Okay. Making sure. I'm coming inside. Slowly but surely.
We have all the windows in the house done.
Nice.
Warmth of view. Okay.
There are 2 boxes back here as well that have stuff in them. Because I didn't know where else to put them. Just FYI. Go back behind. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Okay. It worked out. Checked out.
Well, if it wasn't hard to see, it is now.
Chicken?
Hello,
Right.
how are you, Death 1A?
It is.
Kappa.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, there's an entire 2-story or second story to this that is a raised roof room, so it gives you more space and stuff like that. So.
That's fine. Sorry.
These nuts.
Clear's throat. Hello, how are you doing today, my dear viewer? Meows loudly perfect, I hope. Looks up at you with a sly grin. Kappa lol.
These fucking guys are gonna get me killed. Had to make me keep stepping away. But anyway, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
A seed extractor?
I have it unlocked already. I just haven't made it, but I'm in the process of trying to figure out what I need to make some of the stuff I have unlocked. actually smells like chicken.
Are you gonna taste it on stream?
Hell no.
Oh,
Ain't
come
that
on.
dumb?
I didn't say it was dumb. I just, you know,
we
inspiring
we dare
minds.
Sai to taste it on stream.
Thank you. We can do that. He's the more adventurous of the eaters than I.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I've eaten some unusual things. I've eaten spider.
Okay.
It's a thing. I can honestly say my favorite food of all time that I've ever eaten, it's weird, is roasted scorpion with a honey chili sauce that was on it. That was amazeballs. But
Okay. Come on. Get up there. Yes, your sister's up here. Get up there. Come on. Oh, give me a second. Hey. Okay, there we go.
aha, that's how you do it.
Oh, the fishing?
I was trying to figure out how to frickin' use it because I was like holding the button and it was like pulling back and then you let go and it doesn't do anything. I'm like, the fuck? Granted, I don't have anything on it for a bait, so I have no idea how that works.
Where is the seed extractor at, even? There it is. I need charcoal, stone, and wood. Wood. Stone.
I got a fish.
Craft.
It is a sunset jack,
Craft two
which
of
I
those.
will put into this.
Did not
Voila.
make one of
It is now drying.
those. I need more fiber. Was that good, sorry? Hmm?
That took me a second to figure out how to frickin' reel in a fish after you catch it. I'm like spinning side to side going, what the fuck do I do?
A simple tool which grinds up fruit and vegetables and extracts their seeds. Okay.
Which means it destroys the product to get a seed.
I get that, but if we can keep fishing and killing animals,
Oh, I got a perch.
then it should be okay.
I'm fishing.
I know.
So, eyes are getting foods.
Because then I can do this. Oh wow, that thing is tiny. I'm just gonna stick it over here by the door. I know my food is critical. Shut up.
Then eat something.
I'm fixing to. Consume that.
Sai's out here fishing.
I caught another pearl perch.
I'm confused as to how this works. Do you just put the meat in the drying rack and it dries it?
Yes.
Okay, so these fish chunks that I picked up,
I don't think those you
They're
can actually put in. I
spoiling.
think the fish and the fish chunks
The
may
fish
have to go
chunks are spoiling.
inside. Because this does not have a timer on it that it's actually working. So I guess we have to take this inside. And you have to go to here, and then you have to drag
fried fish chunks is in here. So I can't get around you.
Do you have to do something to these?
Just put it in there.
I'm a whacking at some stone.
Whacking the stone off?
Oh yeah, baby.
Actually, I'm gonna take those back out. Sort you.
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
Uh-huh. I should though. Go back. There.
Arroo!
There. That goes there. That. Did not make that, however. Made wood, leather, and bone. Wood.
Oh, I caught a spotted perch, which looks more like a koi than a perch, but whatevs. Consume. Hey, that gives much more food.
Well, I'm still alive because I didn't starve to death.
Yep.
But my food is getting kind of. My food is getting kind of low though.
You're gonna have to start telling people no.
There are people in this world who apparently do not know the meaning of that.
Normally I would, but for how today was, I had to talk. So yeah, I kind of had to explain to them all what was going on. So, and they just got off work. So it's kind of unfortunate.
Stuff happened, things took place, you're all caught up. Why?
Pretty much. I wish it was that simple.
It could be. Come on, catch up to fish. There's a goat across the pond. And I'm
Go
fishing.
eat it.
I'm fishing. I'm not the hunter, I'm the skinner. Why the skinner has the bow, I have no idea, but you know, it is what it is.
Defense? Maybe? I don't know.
I already built the fence. It's up around the second story. It's called the rail. Boop. And boop. And eaty eaty. Suck down some O2. Where'd Manny go? Question for the more experienced players that's here, if you know or remember. Shooting something with a bow, A, how does it work? B, how effective is it at destroying them prodigiously?
Hit them in the face, and most of the times they die.
How straight do arrows fly, and how far do they shoot?
Pretty straight and pretty far. Provided you can hit the target.
I hit the target. I hit it in the face, but it did not die.
Oops.
Sometimes it won't, but, you know, as with anything, you know, arrows do tend to slow down a little bit.
Instead,
When it's
Said
light,
goat
just
ran
like
off into the weeds.
the goat ran off.
Yes. It is thus hoofing it across the plains into the forest. And I did shoot from stealth, so I don't know if that helps or not, but
Actually, yes, it does.
it actually kind of looks like a pronghorn.
It's called a chamois or whatever.
I don't know. I just see a Namole of the Anne variety.
Found corn.
Hey, it is a pronghorn. I was right. It took like Hussein though.
What?
My job, brother.
Oh, shit. I'm never gonna remember where this is at. East of the base. Okay. Maybe. We'll see.
Damn it. I'm evidently not skilled with this whole hunting thing right now. And you did say sulfur was needed, right?
Sulfur will be needed for the next tier of whatchamacallit, oxidizer. That was a pronghorn.
I know.
Man, that sucker's fast.
Yeah.
Oh, and I got him in the head.
All I see is a horse's ass, which is not
The
exactly
only problem
the,
is where did I hit him at?
and you just said in the head.
Shit. Ah.
Oh, good shot. Sorry, Mama Horsey. You were, needed. What the hell? So how do you capture a baby?
Mouse over it. It should tell you. Just press the button to tame it or lead it, whatever.
I will give you a heads up. Don't really worry about pets for right now.
Okay.
Because if you worry about them like right now, they're just going to end up wandering off or getting killed by like predators.
Because we don't have a fenced-in area yet.
Right.
I was more or less going to just bring it back, shoot it in the head. But that was just me being the, you know, the...
I mean, you can do that. It's kind of sad that I can't find this stupid pronghorn that I shot in the head.
I got mine.
Kind of sad. Oh, it's not really sad. It's kind of typical, actually, that I can't find the corn patch that I found a minute ago, and then had to leave because my sickle broke, and I didn't have repair stuff on me. Typical.
I see a chamoy. But I think it's a baby chamoy.
No, all the chamoys are small. They're a little bit of meat, but
Yeah. Was that one you just scared or somebody just scared?
I scared. Oh, I find that so annoying that I cannot find the stupid thing. It was such a good shot, too.
As you plebs can pet and play with me in the Twitch Pet Cafe extension. Just don't slobber on me too much. MK? Capello.
Pronghorn or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I found my pronghorn.
I found a rabbit. I shot a rabbit.
I'm still looking for my corn patch.
There's one up near where I spawned in at up
I
there.
know, but I found one over here, and I can't re-find it again.
I'm heading back to the base to get out of this.
It doesn't look like it's a very big windstorm. It looks like it's just a quickie.
That's what she said.
Yes,
But,
that's what she said.
It does say severe winds, so it's very high winds.
That's what she said.
Help.
What's up?
I found the corn. And now I need to go find shelter.
Oh.
Which means I'm never gonna find the fucking corn again.
Can you mark it or something? Or
No.
I don't know
Oh,
either.
now my 3-day forecast just like upped.
Hey, question was posed. Can we mark something on the map?
It says add a remove marker, but
Yes.
apparently I need to move away. Zoomed in as far as it will go. That's about as good as it's gonna go. Alright. I'm going. I hear you, wine bag. They're having a pain in the ass right now. Who is outside still? That light?
The boys.
No, it's just that light.
What?
You're outside still.
Really?
Are you Roxy then? Because Roxy and Sai were in here a second ago.
I'm in here, but I'm up here. Who was beating on something?
Yes, it was you. You were across the water. Just like
repairing the wall over there.
Oh, okay.
That's one thing about carrying the hammer. You can actually see the durability, and you also can see the numbers too, where structures are actually taking damage.
There's only certain sections of this that are getting damaged.
And the one thing that's going to be fun is when it comes to like thunderstorm. That's giving the game of running around and see what places catch on fire. Because if it catches on fire, you need to put that shit out. If not, it's just going to spread. Oh hey.
Yeah, well, you know.
Sorry, did not eat all of her treat.
Her cup runneth full.
I guess. But then again, she may have just eaten, so I don't know.
Maybe.
There's the feeder, so the first feeder may have already gone off a little bit ago, and she may have eaten already, so. That's corn. Berries there. That goes there. That goes there. Okay.
How much for this being a slight storm? So, after this tier of tech, I guess you have to go up to the next stuff.
And after tier 1, then you go to tier 2.
Yeah, tier 2 doesn't open up until you hit level 10.
Yeah. I was just curious of,
Because tier 2 actually has the stone stuff. And that's what it was. Yeah, so if there's any storms that are tier 3 or higher, it's going to really mess up wood. So for the wood being damaged on that windstorm, then that must have been at least a tier 3 storm. But if it was tier 2 or lower, this wood wouldn't even took any damage.
so should we make a fire pit for inside the house and get rid of the...
I wouldn't put it inside. I would put it honestly outside and put like a covered porch over the top of it.
Well, we have a covered porch area there.
I'm meaning like away from the main structure just in case it ever does ignite. Because once a fire starts, unless all 4 of us are beating on it, it ain't going out.
Where are those?
I mean, if you actually catch it right off the shot, you stand a chance. But
Yeah.
if it goes for like, if it goes like for like a couple of seconds, then yeah.
And seeing just beat it is not going to help.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Absolutely.
It ain't much, but here's a little fishing dock.
Since you're out grabbing plants and stuff like that, did you make a reaper
I did.
or a sickle?
I
or
did.
whatever? Okay.
That's what broke, and I had to. See, it's in my hand.
If it's a stone one, you can have a little bit of stone in your hand, probably repair it. I was going to say replace it.
I made a.
Didn't sound right.
I
Well,
made a
bone is the
one
only level that I see
for
of
the
it.
sickle. Yeah, it's the only one I saw too. For the sickle.
I do need to grab some bone though because I need to make
Let me
a...
go get the corn, or try to.
Grab that. Craft. Where's it at? Need leather.
Go back over here where my marker is and see if I can find it again. Hey, I found it. Yay. It's a rather large corn patch. That's why I wanted to get it. Oh, I gotta pick shit up off the ground too? What
So you
the
can't
hell?
craft from inventory in this, can you? Or craft...
Nobody.
I mean, craft from your storage or whatever.
You can some stuff.
I think you can with the actual structures. Like, say if you see now we're making wood. If we have the carpentry bench, I believe you'd be able to pull stuff right out of your like.
Oh, like
that.
the table. What did you do?
Something. I think. Yeah. Guess I didn't have enough wood on me at the moment, so I'm doing something.
I was going to say it gave you the ramp back, but
It did?
it
Yeah,
should
it did.
have.
And you can even put that dock, or build a dock, or build a bridge over to the other side.
My last experience is building a bridge. My ass got struck by lightning running across.
But I was going to say there may be consequences to that.
You can ask Nikki.
Yes, we know not to stand next to Bloodwolf while there is a storm ensuing, or violent measures from the gods may strike you down.
How to get struck by lightning? Not once, but at least twice that I remember.
Within
Did you say
a short,
thrice?
within a short span at that.
Yeah. It
So if
was.
you look where you had your ramp. That's what I did. I switched it to actual stairs.
I just had a ramp.
Because I know when you build stuff, whatever, because I think if you hold down R, you can actually switch to different variants for that piece.
It worked. It was fine.
It was crazy. If you really wanted to, I say if it's like a worst case scenario when it comes to the stones like you're chopping up. Worst case scenario, you can actually carve it in like a little circular area. You can actually go inside and
Clear his
hide.
throat dramatically. All right, you fearless wonders, listen up. The stream is
probably go
taking
get
a
some of
breather,
too.
but don't worry, I'll be back to grace you all
I'm
with my
in the
fabulous
red.
presence soon. Meow
That's what
tea
you
for now.
should do too.
Lol.
I'm not sure if you have the slot for it. I can't remember if you get that right out to start, but there's like a little oxygen tab where you can actually put something in. But I'm not
Yeah, you
sure if
do.
your suit has that.
Yeah, he knew about
And
that. Because he was
Okay.
the one who reminded me about it. 'Cause I forgot.
I remember that because that's about the only thing I've actually done in a game, so. I got in long enough to pick up a couple of sticks and plant fibers and a rock. I was like, okay, graphics are working, it's fine, and my settings are good, I'm logging out. And then that was like 2 months ago.
I noticed that because I did see that you did hop on at one point. I was like, oh, is he starting to figure the game out? But then it's like not long after that, you're off.
I think that's when we started the server and we've been paying for it since then. We really need
Well,
to...
it was like the last night that I had before I had to go back to work, so I was like, yeah, you can play around with it. And then I got home to, hey, can you help me change settings? Because my shit don't work right. And that's when we started turning everything down on hers to try to get it to work better. Is it seeming to work better with it on DX12?
It is. Much better.
That's
Wonder if
a
wonder if my
AMD thing.
3050 would work better on that.
Not necessarily. You can actually put in a couple of different things though to try. Because the next thing I was gonna have her try was minus use all available cores as all one word. And that actually sets the game up to actively use all the CPU cores for processing and stuff. But on...
How many is it using?
I don't know what the default is. It depends on what they have the default set to. It may be one core only.
If they're only using one core, they should be shot.
Well, I mean, some games work fine that way, though. So, it's hard to tell.
But this is not that game.
I mean, I don't know. On mine is actually works pretty good like this. I've got everything set on high or epic.
Right in the ear.
Was actually thinking about turning ray tracing on just to see what it does. Matter of fact, since I have this, I will have to restart the game for it to actually work. I'm tempted to, though, but just to see what it does. Because I can turn a lot of ray tracing and stuff like that up.
Woo! I killed a wabbit.
Hooray! We ain't gonna starve.
Should I learn how to make rope?
Rope will be definitely helpful at some point. And that's honestly, that should be one that everybody should learn to do. Almost stabbed that fish on the way in. Knife fight, son?
I'm not even really
Bone
looking at
against
that
stone?
part. I'm kind of looking at skills and stuff at the moment.
Alright, so I need to make another small box for cooked foods. Crafting,
Sure,
small
that
box,
works.
craft.
And craft. And come around here, get ready to place.
Cooked foods are in this box right here. Just FYI.
So should I place this like this here? I don't know who can see my stream, but
I wouldn't put it anywhere near the house. I would literally go build a
What is that?
a fire pit.
So the
I
way
would
I
go
did
build
it,
a fire pit like out here, and then I would build a structure over the top of it.
the way I did it in mine is I made a big platform that was like a 5x5 or something like that, and I literally put that in the middle of the room inside, and I left the very center roof piece out to where the smoke could go out of it. But that's how I did it, and I didn't have any issues. But if we need to put it outside, we can put it outside. That don't bother me either. That goes there.
Because I'm just saying, all it's going to take is one person to make a misstep, walk right into it, and then they light the whole structure on fire the second they stepped on the floor.
Well, I wasn't going to step on the floor. It was on the ground outside.
It looked like it was on like the patio or whatever.
Look at the dock / walk.
Well, this
It's
right
the
here
duck and walk.
is just dirt. That's where I was putting it, was right out here on the dirt. But I'll put it over here, and then I'll build a like roof covering over it or whatever.
And craft the rest of it. Deathlight.
Nikki.
Down at your feet.
Say it's stupid one more time.
It's stupid.
Did Dad say
It's totally stupid.
Sorry. Where's everybody else at?
I have not a clue.
You're upstairs, aren't you? No, you're right there. Okay, here. I have something for you. Blood Wolf, where you at? Honey. There. Right there. Right at my feet.
Okay. I have the ability to make it. I just hadn't made one yet.
As well. And then the other one is over here. I will take you. Thank you. Hey, Roxy. With the scarred face. What?
Why
He went
can't I get this?
AFK, and he's
I know.
trying to die to...
I just killed the piranha that was near him.
Haha.
But I have a torch for him as well. So.
I think he has a torch.
I don't know.
He's running around with it earlier inside the house with it
Oh,
on.
he has one. Okay.
So,
He has one. I just wasn't sure. Come here, you. There we go. Le fish in the thing.
My sister was wondering if you
Nobody
guys
knows where I'm...
There is grilled corn in the box of cooked foods. Quite a bit of it, actually. Just gonna consume a stack of it. Oh, wait, there's more. There we go. This is medical. That stuff can go up there. I'm just gonna throw the
Oh
extra
look, the Roxy's back!
torch there.
You know, you were being chewed on by a fish.
Imagine being chewed on by a fish.
And I don't think you have to imagine it. It was really actually happening. Just saying.
I cannot
I do hunt.
I saved you, Blood Wolf.
What's crazy, I didn't hear no sounds of me being attacked, which is weird.
Technically, you weren't being attacked. You were just... It was floating near you when I walked over there to
Okay.
give you a thing. But, you know.
That
Semantics.
explains why I didn't hear it then.
Semantics. It's all good.
Well, there you go. It's not the greatest, but it's still... If you need to go over that way, there's a bridge. Instead of having to swim if you want to go this direction.
Okay, so. Lessons in hitting rocks, babe. You gotta hit all of it, because once you get to the end of it, it apparently is supposed to give you, like, a bonus. So,
I was pretty much hitting all of it, I thought.
well,
There's sometimes where when you try to do the stone or whatever, they leave a little bit that's in the ground.
I keep seeing, you know, remnants of rocks. So, I keep hitting them.
I only cut up one, but I got pretty much all of it that I knew. That I could see.
I would say when you look at it.
Like right here is a teeny tiny piece right here at the base of the stairs. See right here?
Yeah, I didn't do that.
If you mouse over it, it'll have
That one was probably me because I couldn't find it anymore.
pickaxe that shows up. So, just FYI. type thing. And I need this stuff. Split. That works.
Oh, come on, fish. Just come in.
Split.
Spotted snapper, huh? Looked like I tried to spear the fish with that hook toss. It hit right on it.
Okay.
Can you make half walls and stuff like that, or?
Yes.
I do believe so. Come here, little baby horse.
So you probably should get used to this kind of mining, because if I remember right, that's how Enshrouded is, as well as 7 Days to Die. I think.
I don't think 7 days is like this, but it's all good.
7 days you actually can dig down and stuff like that. This is just like
Got it.
pieces.
So, are you mining, or are you trying to make a sculpture?
I am not the one who made the hole. I'm just trying to get rid of the rocks so that I can start digging little farm plot thingies temporarily before I can unlock the wood thingies, because I cannot unlock the wood farm plots until level 10. And I just hit 6. So, in the meantime, I looked it up on Google, because Google's my
Oh,
friend.
come on, get over the 2-inch
and
rock.
I can use a shovel
I just got-
to make little dirt mounds to plant seeds. So,
I'll be back on there in just a minute.
Mhm.
What'd you do?
Game crashed.
ruh-roh.
Rip.
That's a first. It was crazy. It showed no signs of like it lagging or anything.
Alright, that one's gone.
That's when I just walk up to the where the place is at, and then poof.
Let's go see if he died somewhere.
Or drowned.
I was actually standing right by the just on the other
Yawns
side of where all
dramatically
the
nap
stone piles
time.
were at.
Peasant.
Well, there is a
This
lightning
cat
storm,
doesn't
so
do
it might hit
boring.
him.
Curls up and
Oh, fuck.
sleeps cat
I'm
alone.
kidding.
My luck I fucking log in and I get zapped. That'd be my
What's his
luck.
nickname on the server? Captain Z.
Right.
Captain Zapparoo.
He's the chieftain of the Smokin' Hiney tribe.
Wouldn't surprise me being zapped by lightning.
3-day forecast. Well,
Wolf being zapped.
I'm catching evidently a rare fish? I don't know. It's got a purple name. If I can actually catch it. Oh, come on, you were caught. Wow. This is a big fish. It's pretty. I can't see my fish I caught, damn you. I have no thingy. Oh, come on, really? No, my freaking AMD thing popped up over the screen because I hadn't done it on that yet. So it just now popped it up over the screen. Can you see this? Can you see what I'm holding?
A fish.
Can you see it now? Can you see it now? Ow! Stop hitting me!
I'm not trying to. I just holding the thing. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ!
Yes, I see the teal-looking bluish fish.
I was just trying to show you fish.
I'm
You beat the
sorry.
shit
I
out of
was
me.
not trying to kill you
Cook
this
it.
time.
I want to eat it. That is pretty cool looking, though.
It's a rare. It was purple.
I
The name was purple.
Cook it.
oh,
Cook
I was
it.
like,
It's
it was
cooking.
blue.
It's in the fire. Well, not in the fire, but it's in the campfire.
Campfire.
It's called an Azure Danio. 33% quality.
Oh, mistakes were made.
Are you severely over encumbered?
Yeah. With stone. But that's okay. I'm not far from the house, so.
Can you just stack stone on top of those stacks of stone that's out there?
I don't,
That way you can make the stacks taller. That way it looks like a wall.
I don't know how to make stacks of stone.
In your inventory.
Have to.
I believe you. I believe you can.
Oh, hey.
I just use out there. I guess if you want your stuff back, you would make sure you want to break the top one. I think if you would break the bottom one, they would all collapse, and you would grab everything that's within that row. And you thought you were having a.
I caught another big one.
I'm going to kill you.
All that did was turn it into 2 steamed fish.
I caught another big one. It's not as pretty, but it's pretty big.
That's pH 18.
Yep.
Similar to HAWT.
It's something.
Hey, look, I can move now. And
Imagine
move I
that, huh?
did. Holy cow.
Quit being a shit picker upper.
No, I need this shit out of my way so I can make farm plots.
Damn it.
At the rate you're going,
Okay.
you put down
You
here.
can't
Business.
kill elk in one hit. Even shooting them directly in the head. Just bear that in mind.
There's some stuff you want to be careful with that you do, 'cause when it hits you, it's gonna hurt.
He was across water and other places. I hit him for like 70-something damage. It just wasn't enough to kill him. And
I do
unfortunately,
know
he ran the
you
wrong way.
probably- Once you get like a strong enough weapon or whatnot, there's something in the settings you probably want to turn off, unless you want to enjoy it at all times. Because sometimes you'll get like a slow motion kill. You know,
Well, that wolf got one-shotted in the foreface. For 340 damage. I hit him right between the eyes.
So much fun when you hit stuff on.
Oh, stamina.
Thank you for delivering your feast to me, sir.
And I shot it in the face for you.
Well, no, I'm
Might
talking
have
about-
one of my bone arrows, though.
I shot it a second time, too. I was already reloaded, waiting for it.
Oh no.
That elk is up there past your landing pod. I shall take this 9 pieces of meat back and prodigiously perforate it in fire. Soup.
Now I'm down to the crappy tool until we get a workbench and a repair bench and the proper tools. Good while it lasted.
Yeah, I'm back at the mine too. Oh, kind of scouting around the mine. Sun's going down fast, it looks like.
There's a big old field of wheat over here.
Can you mark it?
It's
Just left click on your mount here on the map. And tell me when it's marked, and that way I can see if I can actually see it or not.
I don't see how to put a mark.
You can't do it where you are at. Like over your arrow, you can't do
You
it.
have to go in the map.
I'm in the map.
No, so where your arrow is, you have to go in front of it or around it. You can't do it on top of where you're standing.
My arrow is here. I'm clicking up here.
Sometimes you have to click multiple times. It's not perfect.
Okay, there. I don't know if you can see that or not, but...
Yes, I can.
Damn you, rabbit. Why do you have to go in the water? Why did it sound like I just heard spiders? I heard like chittery noises.
Because you probably did.
Deathlight! They're coming for you!
Save him. Deathlight, go save him. He's scared.
And when I say they're coming for you, it means I shot them in the butt and I'm leading them straight to you? Because they're spiders? We're calling it therapy.
Because, haha. What, no comment?
He may have stepped AFK for a second.
I guess. That just makes it funnier.
I found
Especially
therapy.
if you really were doing that.
No.
I know you're not, but I'm just saying it would be funny if you really were doing that. Really?
Yes, but only sometimes. On Tuesdays.
Like that. Those. Those.
Actually.
There you.
Hey, Deathlight.
Hey, what?
You're in the way.
You're still in the way. Worse. I'm trying to play something. Get out the way.
You want to see what I
Say,
did?
excusez-moi is the proper term.
Get the fuck out of the way! Oh, thank you for the
Stretches out
follow,
on stream.
Trackstar. How are
Yes,
you
thank you for the
today?
follow.
Look, you finally
Welcome into
decided
the
to
odd
join
Ignore
moment.
her.
fun. Gee, thanks track_star.
Whatever.
I guess you're not too bad for a
It's all
human.
in jest.
Capital.
Yeah, but
How
for
are
the
you
most
doing
part.
today?
I was playing with stuff, so we have a gated area.
Okay. Now then, I need to figure out how to...
If you do half walls, can you put them from the top down, or do they have to go from the bottom up? I guess I can just craft one to find out.
No.
Type deal.
No.
Since I have no idea what I'm doing.
No. 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 How to... That's not what I wanted. How
It actually works.
to... I don't know. That's animals food. I googled this and this is not what it told me. It says, using a shovel, you can dig at the ground to create a dirt mound for farming. It acts like a primitive crop plot. Personally, I would just invest in wood crop plots, which I can't until level 10. I did look into that. But either way, it allows you to farm crops. So, how do I make this into a dirt mound?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Because it's not making a dirt mound and it's not altering the ground. I can literally just apparently just infinitely keep digging in this one specific area forever for dirt. I don't know. Must figure this out. Must drink water and
Next time I should
consume
have built the
oxygen.
box first and then put the fire in. That way I could have centered it in the middle of this, but it's all good.
Can't do it.
The things you know.
Do I have to have a wood hammer to make a dirt mound with the dirt? Who's got a hammer they can let me borrow?
I mean, I can give you mine if you want me to. I can make a new one.
Okay. Where are you at? Oh, you're
Inside. Next to the food box, or the food box, the hammer's in there. And I'll make me a new one.
Alright, cool. Thank you.
There. It'd be helpful for you to have a hammer. Anyways, that way you can help repair whenever.
Well, no, I
a storm
agree. I
ensues.
just didn't have it unlocked yet, so...
No, you're fine.
Now how do I use a hammer?
Well, you have to point at whatever you're wanting to do with it and left click, or press Y to destroy something.
Well, that doesn't help me at all.
Wasn't sure, but now you know.
Oh!
Oh?
So I was left clicking. If you right click, it creates the dirt mound.
Ah.
If I'd have continued reading to the next comment in this thread, it wouldn't.
Ow.
Why does it seem like it's not working?
I have no idea.
Oh my god, I'm about to just go hit things until I hit level 10. Because this is driving me bonkers. We got plenty of dirt though. If we need it for whatever. I mean, make foundations for an animal area if you want. I just haven't put it in a box yet. It's still in my inventory. Oh, stamina, you betray me so much right now. Although, it's about average for... It pretty much checks out for real life. My stamina bar in real life is about where my stamina bar is in game. Empty. All the time. It's not making a dirt mound. What the fuck? What am I doing wrong?
I don't know.
Now it worked. Okay. Press to inspect. I don't want to inspect it actually. I need to maybe put something there. I don't freaking know. Let's see if I put that in my inventory. Did that plant it? Yes, it did. Sweet. I figured it out, y'all.
Yay.
Hurrah. Click you. Click you. Berries. Oh, that's a big one. Whatevs. I figured it out. Yay.
So much fun. Not
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I cannot be
freaking.
blamed.
Yeah, well, I literally had our neighbors come knocking on their house because of a freaking one dog wouldn't shut the hell up.
Oh. Don't you hate neighbors like that who don't like dogs?
No, it's not that. Our dog is, I don't know what her problem is, But as soon as you disappear out of her sight, she whines.
Okay.
And
But don't you just hate
she-
hate neighbors that don't like dogs? I'm just saying, dogs do that. That's just
not as bad as she does. She is terrible.
Is
There's
she
also
part
downside about
Chihuahua
her.
and she barks at everything?
No, she's actually a part husky.
Well, that's why. Huskies are one of the most vocal dogs in the world, so if she's part husky, she's part
have
jibber
they
jabber
not seen
jaws.
YouTube husky videos? I'm just saying.
The fact that you would think after a certain amount of time, the dog will finally stop. No.
No, they will never stop. It's a husky. It's got it in
I
its
guess-
blood.
Because I guess our neighbor has been trying to go to sleep or whatever for the past hour or so, and I guess our dog has kept him up.
Well, you know what I say to that?
I feel bad about it too, because I mean they're good neighbors. Because I've when it comes to, like, say, if I ever needed any kind of tools or whatever, they're always nice enough to let me borrow stuff. So I felt bad, and not just that. I think it's the wife or him. I'm not sure. I know one of them go to work really early in the morning. So when my dog pulling that shit, it kind of pissed me off. Not at the neighbor, but at the dog.
I mean, it's
I don't care too much for the dog, but hey,
understandable.
that's just me. To me, I'm not. I only. It's kind of like reversed how you guys are. Besides the whole allergic part, that you have the cats and he just tolerates them. See, me,
I don't mind them. It's not
to
just a
me-
toleration. I actually mess with the cats just as much as she
He does.
Yeah,
He
for me,
I
loves,
like animals. It's
he
just
loves
I'm
them.
allergic.
He's just
so
allergic to them.
I have
It's just to me,
limited
to me, I
interaction.
don't really care. I don't care too much for dogs. That's just me. I tolerate them, but I don't care too much for them.
But
I'm
you
more of a
hear
cat
him talk
person.
about the cats and these fucking cats. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm like that all the time.
I
love
know.
cats, but you hear me bitching at them because
Cats are assholes.
Get
There's some
off
cats
my
are
fucking
assholes.
keyboard, cats!
Pretty much.
I gotta give you shit, dude. I wouldn't be me if I didn't.
So yeah, nothing worse than freaking finally get situated and then get a knock on the door. I thought maybe somebody ordered something or whatever, like ordered food, and that's why.
Are you the
they were
only one
knocking on the
home?
door. No,
Nobody else can answer the door?
where the door is, I'm also in the living room, so that's where the front door was at. And yeah,
You're doing something.
My point exactly. Okay. Put that there. Repair you. Alright. I can put that back there. I need to refill on that. Just in case.
I guess we may want to leave, maybe not corn in the thing now. I don't know.
I got it all out. I'm grabbing the cooked meats out too. So that there's room for the other stuff to cook.
Hey, Blood Wolf? That was thunder. Be aware. Crafting, fire beater craft.
I have one.
I do now.
It's in my hand.
I'm gonna beat Deathlight. Come here. Beat you with this.
Ooh. I need another box.
Okay.
Can I make another
Note
box?
to self, that first lightning strike was harsh.
You got hit?
No. Going upstairs just in case.
Plant fiber.
You might want to keep a repair hammer also handy. That way you
It's
can.
in my inventory.
I mean, on your bar. That way you can repair structure downstairs.
Give me a moment. I'm trying to do something. Need another box for cooked food.
Like, hey, Blood Wolf, why aren't you outside? It would appear like the flash storm is about to be over here soon.
That's actually about to start. If you actually look at it, when it's in red is when it's actually about to start. What's bad is like one of us have to go out there because the place where you have the pit, that place is being destroyed.
Come on, Deathlight.
Oh,
Or not Deathlight, Blood Wolf. Go on out there. You know you want to.
I'm already here.
Oh. I mean, you already, know what it's like to get hit by lightning.
Whoop! Fire!
Yeah.
Fire!
Where's the fire?
I beat it out.
Okay.
Oh, there's a fire across the street. That tree ain't doing so hot.
What's crazy about it too, the wood, especially when it starts burning, it still stays charged even after you repair it.
Looks up
It still
from
has the
grooming.
charge
Oh,
effects on
you
it.
want to play with me, do you? Well, you're in luck.
Because I think
You
it's
can
kinda cool
find
they
me
added that
hanging
kind of
out in the
detail.
Twitch Pet Cafe extension.
Yeah?
Licks paw, try not to pull my tail.
Okay, main part's
Okay?
over. Time to repair the
Capillo.
bridge. Do-do-do-do-do-do. No offense if you noticed it, the lightning did try to get me again because
Yeah, it hit
happened.
directly over the top of you both times.
Exactly.
You have a magnetic personality, sir. In not a good way. We do have a forest fire going on across the way. So, bear that in mind. Safety first.
Just a little bit.
I see the light. I'm going to the light. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I see the light too. The light is getting wider and bigger because it started out as one tree over there burning.
That's one thing bad about when trees are clumped up. Yep, another one just ignited.
Yep, now the big one going. Can you put the trees out too? Not that it's probably worth anything to do that, but... I'm gonna go look. I'm not gonna get real close, but I'm gonna go look. Out of curiosity.
Yeah, you can. Looks like. I think at least
Oh, I keep beating these one things and
Well, the plants it works for.
sometimes it does have like an
a flash up effect.
like a graphic glitch where the fire is actually out itself, but it'll still show that it's burning. You'll know when you hear like the extinguish sound. There's a lot of trees that literally caught on fire.
Yeah, this whole part of the forest over here is catching on fire. Hey, I wonder why my temperature's going up. With your, you know, raging
And your
fire.
oxygen's going down. Damn it.
Oh, I just set my ass on fire.
Oh, that's smart.
Well, buns, it's what's for dinner.
Bark buns. There's What the hell? This shit's just reigniting.
Yeah, 'cause it's constantly spreading.
Yeah.
They might as well just call it a lot. Mark it as a lost cause.
I'm not depleted. Oh. Beat the hell out of it. What the? Stop it! I beat the hell out of the tree. Alright, I quit. Fuck you, tree.
I backed off 'cause apparently I accidentally set myself on fire and damn near killed me. I'm down to like 80 health.
There are some bandages
His
in
butt
the
is
box
on
in there.
fire.
So if you need them, they are there for use. And I can make more if need be. Carrots? Oh, I found carrots. Hells yeah. And a tea bush.
Be careful on, you know, jumping from high places or whatever, because
Oh, I'm
you
not
can't
up in
have
high
guns.
places. I am on the ground, sir.
Hey, look, I'm gonna finally make my bedroll.
Do we have enough leather for all of us to get one?
Well, I just harvested a horse, so I don't have enough remaining. I need 18 more fur, and I can make another one.
Well, keep killing.
Well, I'm gonna go place mine real quick. Yeah, if I can get over the 1-inch vertical. I'm gonna sleep right here.
Whoa! Hello! Come on.
Yeah, I have a spawn point now.
Come on.
Really?
Really?
May I ask where Deathlight went?
AFK.
Well, he's currently starving him. He's currently starving to death over there.
Hey, Deathlight, you're dying.
Help! Y'all, I don't have a knife on my bar. I have a fucking hammer instead. Because somebody insisted that I have a hammer on my bar. Oh. I'm gonna die. Jesus.
I got it.
Thank you.
Too bad there wasn't a way to feed people, feed other people. Cause I don't know where his
I
health
need
is or
more
whatever.
fur. I'm sorry, baby. Your services are needed. Really, it went right through it. What the fuck?
Alright, I'll help you.
I still need more fur.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just... Apparently I can't bandage and walk at the same time.
Yeah, probably not.
That's dumb.
I have a spear, by the way. I ended up making one of them. They hit pretty hard.
There's a large deer over here.
Okay.
Come to me.
I'm coming. I need to be stealthy to get my good shots on, though. And evidently you were too close.
I'm stealth. I was moving
you just have
to
to
the
look
bushes.
at the little eye symbol thing that pops up next to it.
I was moving away from it. You see it though?
It ran off.
But do you see where it ran off to is what I'm asking?
It ran off through the trees, so unfortunately no.
Oh, well, sorry.
There's a pronghorn to your right, or I mean to your left over that way. No.
There's a Chemos.
Whatever. That thing.
Okay, well, I didn't see it 'cause there was a rock. But I'm going up this way, so have fun hunting.
Yep.
There's a wolf up here too.
Damn it. I need freaking water. Hold on. Get up here to do something and I'm out of water. Go get water, I come back, I'm probably going to be out of something else.
Here, I will bring the wolfie to you. Sort of, kind of, maybe. Oh, hello.
Hold on, I'm trying to get
on
water
my
at the
ass.
moment, so give me a sec.
My health is low. I'm dead.
Wow, that hit for 300 and something damage, and he just took it like a champ and ran off like, fuck you.
Okay, well, do you see where I'm at? Or my body is at? Across the
Hold,
water?
please.
Because there's a wolf across the water that just killed me, so...
I was near where you ran up the thing, so hold on. I'm skinning something.
Deathlight, did you eat and drink? Thank you.
Ooh, trees on fire.
Yeah, we had a lightning storm and Blood Wolf almost
Where did
got
you
hit
die
a
at?
couple times. Deathlight got me. I died right here, but the wolf was what I wanted you to get.
Oh, well.
You got
can
it.
hunt too.
Huh? You got,
But yeah, no, Deathlight. I'm not sure if you were noticed your health or something low because we kept seeing you were taking like 2 damage
Yeah.
at a time.
I was upstairs grabbing some ice cream.
Well, your character needed some ice cream.
right?
Damn it. There's a large deer running to the woods over that way towards y'all. That has a couple of arrows in its ass.
I need to get these fires out. Okay, I think I got the tree out.
We tried to put it out. It just didn't want to.
Ah, I'm on fire!
Get some in the water.
Well, how's that deflaming project going?
We legit did try to put it out.
It will
and
burn
did not
down the
work.
whole place.
We legit tried to put it out, and it looked like it kept going out, and then it would just flame back up, and would go back out, and then flame back up, and we finally just said fuck it and gave up.
Jesus Christ, how many arrows does this deer take?
Fine, the forest wants to burn, let it burn.
Oh, come on.
Burn, let it burn. We're gonna have charred horse later. I don't know. I'm fucking around. Oh, stamina.
It's heading back your way, Sai.
Clear's throat, alright.
Nope, coming at you.
Fellas minions, listen up. Floofdemonium the Fabulous is here to grace your screens once more. The stream will be back soon,
Ooh, got him.
so don't get
And
too
I got the
comfy
slow-mo
without
shot.
me. Meow. Capello.
What I was saying about the slow motion thing, you can actually turn that off. You don't have to worry about keep seeing that all the time.
That one was worth it. I worked hard for that damn deer. I put like 10 arrows in it. And a shot while on the run wasn't too bad. So.
Well, if you ever don't want to be in first person, just hit C. You'll switch it to third person.
Yeah, no.
Nice. I didn't know that was a thing.
It's like a over-the-shoulder thing. Although your character kind of runs a little funky. Oh, that was a shot. Didn't even see an icon for it. I just saw its head peek up behind a rock.
Anybody high enough level to unlock the repair bench yet?
Negative.
I kind of figured.
Well, it looks like all the stuff you have placed is ready to harvest.
Right.
And I'll be right back. I should be topped up on food, so shouldn't have to worry about pulling a deadlight. But then again, I don't know if I want to stay in here.
I never died.
Completely.
And funny enough, I'm the only one that created a bed so far.
No,
Nuh-uh.
Sai has a bed. But I was waiting for us to
Where?
have enough stuff.
Mine's in the living quarters, not the crafting quarters.
Okay. We'll see how good that works.
Mine's right here. See? Upstairs. We do have a second floor.
I get cold easy.
Heat rises.
And I can make you a bedroll now.
Me?
Yes. It's crafting.
Alright.
It's in the corn box.
Okay. I'll be back in just a second. 'Cause my
Along
inventory's
with
about
my
full.
other knife, because I just don't need it on me anymore, so. And let me put this in here. Don't need that on me. Boop. Boop. And boop. That should be enough meat for a little while. Maybe.
Here. Oh, that's no bueno.
What?
I dropped berries. Alright, I gotta
Well,
come
if you're
back now.
dropping berries, that means you need to head back to the base.
I'm a-coming. I did just say that I was fixing to be back because my inventory was almost full.
Almost level 7. Which would be better, cloth or bone armor?
Probably bone. Do we have enough for it though?
I mean, it's got better cold resistance, less heat resistance, more physical resistance, and a little bit better exposure resistance. I was just unlock points. I had points that I can unlock it with, so.
Yawns and curls up in a ball boo oring. Wake me up when there's something more interesting to do, man. Kappa.
I can make ice building walls. I'm not buying that, but
I think it's better in the cold zone for those.
probably.
How do you refill this thing?
Point that at the bottom and then hit F once to load it in there if you have it.
I have a whole lot. Okay.
So 15 leather, 60 bone. I have excuses to go shoot things.
Hurrah! I'm going to go put my bedroll down so that if I die again...
Make sure you read your bedroll and make sure you...
Yeah, make sure you bind yourself to it. Otherwise, it's kind of not gonna really help you too much.
I am bound to my bed. What else do I have in my inventory? Yeah. Put that back down there. Here's my everything, which I just put all of it in the box. There, that's there, that's there. Nope, not everything is done. It's still working on stuff. Some of it's done, but not everything. I'm gonna wait till it's all done though. Carrots.
Damn it.
Battery's dead.
Yeah.
What?
Be right back.
I will be right back because I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Not allowed.
She'll be right back after these messages.
Right.
I am back, by the way. We have evidently a herd of deer up by your drop pod. Oh, that's a good shot right behind the ear. both of them tumbled down the waterfall. Hey, across the thing right over here, or the bridge right over on the side over here is a pumpkin patch that I can see. I just happened to see it.
Supposed to be.
You killed my.
And back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
As far as fishing goes, is deeper water better, or does it really even matter?
Are you on the bridge?
Yes.
Okay, and it's to your right?
Yeah, I'm looking south. It's over southwest of me is where the pumpkin patch is at.
No, it's fine.
You see it over there? Oh, you got it, okay.
I'm working on making my way over there. I just happen to see other stuff, but I see a pumpkin.
I didn't
Right there.
know how much it was. It was just pumpkin.
No, it's fine.
That I
One
saw
is
out
better
there.
than none. And I hadn't really... Oh, no, I see a couple more. I hadn't really explored over here too much, so...
Oh, you're good. I just happened to see it, so figured I would shout it out
Oh,
while you were
appreciate
sitting down, since you got the little
it.
reaper
And there's
thing.
more corn, which I'm not going to get right now, because we have quite a bit.
And I'm assuming wheat you can grind up into, like...
Wheat flour?
Wheat flour, yeah.
Maybe.
To make bread or something with, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think there is a dough that I can make. I wrote.
Level up. I have talents.
Hurrah! Big horsey.
7.
Stalking deer.
I see a big horsey and it's probably
The
about to
hunter
come after
stalks its
me.
prey ever so quietly through the field.
Maybe not.
What's worse, stalking the prey or knowing that you are prey?
Depends on what you are prey to.
Well, I mean, it just depends on the situation, I guess. Out here, you're pretty much prey to any horse that decides that you're
Adult horse.
yeah. Decides you're
Snack.
within its snacky limits of beating up by hoof or by goring.
Sai, where are you?
Not at the moment I'm fishing. Why?
He was on the bridge.
Come up to where I'm at.
Momentarily. Oh man, I caught a little bitty ass fish. Where is where I'm at? Yellow arrow. Okay. What do I need to bring with me? I have to stop and get food, so.
Yeah, grab some food.
And some O2, because, you know, oxygen is nice.
But I see a pod. I don't know if I'm going to get attacked over here, and I see a makeshift shack.
Oh, that was where we spawned in.
No, because this is nobody's pod.
No, that's my pod.
He made a.
Oh, that's your pod?
Yeah,
Yes.
he made a makeshift shack.
There was
when
a
he
storm
first came
happening
in.
because she had been logged into the game
Yeah.
sitting inside of her pod. So when
We-
I landed, there was a storm, so I had to quickly throw together a couple of walls and shit and figure out how to craft. So,
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah. It's got stuff in the pod, though, which is the stuff that I just threw in there earlier, but...
I can't access.
You can't access each other's pod.
No, I think it's proprietary to each person.
Well.
I need to come get it anyways. It's just
Good
got like
to know,
sticks
I
and
guess.
plant fibers and stuff like that in it.
No, it's not like we're in dire need of either of those, so I wouldn't worry about making
Pumpkin
a trip
patch
out
here
there
where
just
I'm
for
at, along with cacao beans.
that. You are blue, and you
I
are
just marked it
way
on the map.
far away.
Yeah, I remember there used to be, and I don't know if there still is, and it may still be.
I need to go over here.
Meet me at a place.
But it used to be that there was like settlements or something like that, or previous spots where the guy died or something like that. You have access.
No, that was my spot. What the hell is the
So
little
far, I'm the
purple
only one
shit
who's
coming out of
died.
the ground? Why, hello.
There is a deer on the other side.
I see that. I ain't got a really good shot until he raises his head up, but... One of us hit him.
I did.
I got extra skinning stuff on a bone knife, so...
Alright, back to the house I go, I guess. Where is that house? I lost.
Where's my pod?
There.
It's back there a little bit. Since you said it was yours, I just kind of went past it.
Oh. I was kind of needing to get the stuff out of it anyways, so...
I was thinking it was something new that they introduced. I was like, oh, so you could see other people's crashed pods or abandoned pods or something to that effect.
Stupido wolf. I don't want to carry you. Well, whatever.
I brought more sulfur home.
You're a person.
Holy God, do I have a lot of shit in this thing. Well, I have a lot of plant fibers in this thing. I don't think we need that much right now. I should have put all this fish that I had on me into said thing before I came up here. But it's all good. Did you see where I marked that? For those cacao plants and the other stuff?
Yeah, I just have to go to where you had marked stuff before. And get that stuff, because I hadn't been over there yet. So I'm fixing to head over there. And then I will head to the new place. So don't unmark the thing yet.
I found yeast.
Wow.
Well, you remember how Bloodwolf said he wasn't going to do what Deathlight did?
And starve. He may have food in his slot.
Uh-huh. I don't think so.
Why is he taking damage?
Because he's slowly ticking away damage.
Oh, well, I guess he's doing exactly what Deathlight did.
You know, I can just put him down and call it a day.
Let's not.
Why? We can always revive him.
I mean, it would be funny, but probably shouldn't do that, you know. Maybe.
Okay. Let me go dump this stuff, and then I will head to your marker. I just got
Be
to
merciful or let him starve.
Be merciful.
I put your bone arrow in your, the box with the sulfur. Jesus Christ.
Miss Tracy, welcome
Welcome
in,
in.
Raiders. Thank you
That was
so
a-
much
Isn't my
for the
favorite
raid.
raider.
I
How kind of
absolutely
you to
cannot
grace
see
me with
anything
your
on my
presence.
screen.
Now run along.
Wow.
The presents await your attention.
Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
That was funny.
What were you streaming?
Welcome, welcome.
Hide the
Meows
cookies and
dismissively, my
booze.
Tracy.
Well,
PFFT.
I don't have
I
any
only
cookies,
care about the
and
Icarus
he
they
might have the
play.
booze.
The rest is just
I mean, I do have a
hashtag
bottle,
nerd,
but I'm not
hashtag
gonna
God,
hide that much of it.
hashtag dog can. Lol.
Thank you, CoOpGaming, for the follow.
Yes, thank you for
Greatly
the follow.
appreciated.
Meows hello.
And welcome in,
How are
everybody.
you, my Tracy? Kappa.
Ow.
How is everyone
We're
today?
failing miserably at a new game, so well,
Yes.
new game for us. We've had it for a while. We just haven't
How are you?
actually
It's
done
Sevi
anything with it.
_
Yeah.
Kappa.
This is true.
Okay, I've shot him 3 times in the head, and he's lived.
Stretches languorously are another follower. How delightful. Thank you,
That was a
Gullet
headshot.
Gaming,
Come
for gracing
on.
my humble stream with your presence. Kappa.
Gotta head to bed, but looks like I followed to us.
Did he
James
just come
and
in?
Hello,
Michelle.
how are you, James and
Thank
Michelle?
you for the follow.
Kappa.
And by all means, lurk away, head to bed, whatever you need to do. Self-care is very important to us.
Yes, very, very important. Sorry, I'm
Greatly
trying to
appreciate
Looks
the
up
raid.
lazily. It's you.
attempting to
guess
shoot
you're
a
not
deer.
Surprised by it,
completely
but thank you very
terrible.
much either way.
Thanks, I guess. Kappa low.
Yep, he's awake.
Who's awake?
Roxy finally.
Every
Oh,
time I
boy.
raid someone new, I ask, what else do you play and do you have any pets? Well, you can see one of our pets there. This is Fiona.
And the other
The
one is
other one is above his head
above
on a
my
cat
head
tower.
back over here, hiding in plain sight
She's
because
black,
she's black.
and you can't see her
Feed the
very well,
cat.
but that's Zari.
Marijuana.
So we have 2 cats, and we play a variety of games. We play 7 Days to Die, we play Icarus, we play Star Rupture, Satisfactory.
A lot of survival
Our
games.
community game is City of Heroes. It is a free game. Anybody can play it with us. What else? Honey.
What?
Old people. Old people. They're talking about me. I gotta go to bed now.
We
will
play a
definitely check
lot.
those out, but old people have to go to bed. Good night, Miss Tracy, Miss Liz.
What's this old people business?
I was gonna say,
Are you
we're not
talking
exactly
about me again?
we're not exactly young spring chickens ourselves, but we work overnight, so yeah, we're up all night anyway. So
I'm 51. I can't beat it, but I feel 90. We just moved like
yeah.
well, this last weekend was my first week back to work. That was some business, let me tell you. My body is wrecked right now.
James, you don't ever tell a woman's age.
You don't tell a lady's age.
Oh,
Women
yeah.
can make a choice.
You say my age, and we're gonna go round, sir. And not in a good way. Consider that your one and only warning.
Nice shot.
I'm getting the hang of the bow.
I'm in denial that I'm old, y'all, and
Yeah, she has like a beachfront property on the Denial
It's great.
River.
I do. It's great. Come on. It's full again. Thanks.
I honestly wasn't too bad until I had a car wreck a few years ago, and then everything went downhill quickly.
Yeah. It did.
Before that, it wasn't bad.
I was trying to hide from the chamois, but it took off.
I see that. Like a little
Yours
bolt out of the
loudly.
forest.
Like, I
Look,
turn
you
around, I
finally
just do it,
decided
and
to
I'm like,
grace me with their presence. About time
didn't
you
work.
all showed up. Fluve approves. Kappa.
Really?
I know how you feel, Miss Tracy. You do.
See over here coughing.
I don't have doctor's words to go with that, but mentally I'm like 21 forever, ready to party. Physically, I feel like I'm 175 and ready for the grave.
The funny part is that minus the week after, like, I don't know, moving, which took a lot out of me, typically I'm not that bad. I stay in halfway decent shape-ish.
He's in a lot better shape than I am.
Well, I kind of have to.
Super round is a great shape. It's not healthy for you. I'm not that big, but I'm also the butt of my own jokes, so just throw that out there.
Holy crap. I have no idea how I did that. I shot that deer right in the back of the head. That was clutch. But
From a long ways.
yeah.
On your doggo's name?
What is your doggo's name?
Yes. And is this a real life doggo, or is this like a virtual doggo, or... Alright, here we go.
Which one? Oh. They may or may not actually do anything weird.
Ozzy
So.
Posborn, he's the Prince of Barkness. This is him. Oh, he's so cute! Chicken.
I can't see to get in the door. There's cat paws everywhere.
Plenty of catnip all over Fiona. Zari will eat it in a little bit, I'm sure.
Maybe.
Sorry!
Is he being anti-social?
Forgot to throw on the party wheel.
Critical error?
Ugh.
It's really hard to walk whenever your mouse is backwards because of the critical error.
And now he's outside.
Sorry. You want some kitty treats again? Your sugar daddy's giving you kitty treats again.
Yes, I am Deathlight, the sugar daddy.
Yes, he is.
Mm-hmm. That is no lie.
That is his nickname around here. He contributes to her roundness regularly.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow,
Miss
Miss
Tracy,
Tracy.
for the follow.
Heard
If you
well.
are
Look,
the
you
same
finally
Miss
decided to
Tracy
join
that I
my
think
humble
you are,
event.
I believe
About time,
I
wise
already
Tracy.
follow you
Try
on
not to get
Nikki's
too
Addiction.
distracted by my dashing good looks.
Let me
Capello.
Verify and make sure.
Oh, it just got really
Check.
dark in here.
Yeah, I went upstairs, sorry.
put that up there real quick. Let me check. Hold on.
Oh, is Rocco home or Roxa? Oh, whatever.
What wolf?
Yeah. Bloody, are you home?
Nope.
Actually, I do. I do already follow you on that account. But Because I remember you wear the cutest little outfits and the little top hats that remind me of Moxie from, what is it, Borderlands? Moxie?
Moxie, I think, yeah.
Yeah. That's what it reminded me of. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I got it right. Woohoo! I remembered something. Sorry. I suffered a concussion back in 2016 from a fall.
Yeah, she
And
fell on her face.
I did. I literally fell on my face.
And I'm not saying that to be mean. She literally fell on her face. There was video proof of it.
I have a C5, C6 disc fusion in my neck, and
emotional damage.
Very much so. But I now have lifelong lasting memory loss issues, and so now I affectionately call my brain Etch-a-Sketch brain. So yeah, my hell shit messes with my memory too. Yeah. So anytime that I actually remember something, I have to celebrate it because I'm just like, yay! Because it doesn't happen often. Sadly.
It's not horribly bad all the time, and it's not, unfortunately for me, not on anything that's helpful for my account. But, I can't do silly things and get away with it. She always remembers that stuff.
Sometimes. I don't remember all the time.
That's what she said! Woo!
But I think I've actually been following you for a while. I just haven't watched you in a while because we started streaming in between work and streaming and now moving. It's been super busy.
Well, we had to change her. Yeah, now it's the unpacking phase, which is going to take a while. Especially since we can't really cook right now because there's nothing unpacked for the kitchen.
Thank you so much, Miss Tracy, for the raid. Greatly appreciate it. Go get some rest.
Yeah, go get some rest.
Enjoy your tattoo in the morning, and hopefully it goes painlessly.
Unless you enjoy it. And then maybe it will be the prick that it is.
I gotta ask.
Thank you for the
What
follow
kind of
chat
tattoo?
again.
Stretches lazily. Look,
One with ink.
another follower. How nice.
One with ink.
You're welcome, I guess.
Oh,
Now
He
bring
didn't
me
specify
human.
what type of answer he wanted.
No, he didn't. I mean, around here, he should know better.
Hold on, I got a song just for Sai on this one.
Henna. It's a henna tattoo. Henna tattoo it all that she wants to get for herself.
I had a set of 3 pixel hearts, but the artist effed up, and I have to have it fit. Aww. Oh my god, I love the skull heart hand.
We have that. We have the skull heart hands emoji that we were going to use for the backing on there with the black lights. That the paint didn't work. So we have to get a new paint to actually
You do realize I was mouthing that song and I didn't hear a damn thing you just said, right?
Probably. Your mouth was moving, so your ears shut off.
No, I have it playing in my ears and I can't hear you over it. You know
teasing.
this.
But
I'm gonna knock him into tomorrow.
no, the skull hand thing that she put up, that
Okay,
emoji.
have a good night, Miss Tracy.
Honey,
No,
honey,
What?
the skull hand emoji she has is the same one that we ordered that we were going to use on our
Yeah, the
backing.
stencil.
The stencil.
Yeah, I know.
We have it.
That's why I said I love it. Because it matches our theme.
Yep. Skulls are good.
Come here. I'm gonna get you.
Did not know you were. Hey, I was not meaning to actually shut the door on you.
Uh-huh, sure.
I really wasn't.
Ooh, it takes the mound away.
What?
When I harvest the plants out here, it takes the dirt mound away. That's cool. Mr. Doormat, welcome in.
Hello.
And
How
thank
are you,
for
Mr.
the
Underscore
follow.
And welcome
Doormat?
in.
Kappa.
And yes, thank you for the
Hey.
follow.
rather you be late than not show up at all.
It's all good.
At least you weren't, almost 40 minutes late to the stream.
He caught the shoot. He did.
Talk about call somebody out.
I mean,
So
maybe.
all roads lead to.
Yeah, but you know what? Family first, mother.
But I thought I was family.
I thought
I'm
we're
just kidding.
extended family. Like gamer relations.
Seriously, I was helping my daughter.
We were just messing with you anyway.
Oh, I know.
When she gets older, she'll understand too. She'll understand that
Yeah, when you
she
get
has to mess
replaced
with you
by
just as much.
boyfriend.
She's in junior high. Trust me.
So you've
She knows
already
more
been
than-
replaced by boyfriend.
No, she's not allowed to have one.
Ah.
Because that's always stopped people from, you know, dating.
Licks poor you peasants can try petting
I know
me
my
in the
history.
Twitch Pet Cafe extension, but I'll probably
And I know
just
history's
swat at your
history.
hand. Cap
My
alone.
lure is bigger than the fish that I just caught.
That's funny. Oh, they're glowy. Why are they glowy?
What's glowy?
The ones I just harvested.
Maybe
It
because
says grown by prospector, but I didn't
maybe
realize
no,
they
I
were
started to say
gonna-
maybe they're a better quality because they're grown.
Maybe?
Possibly. I don't know. I would be lying to say that I knew.
Doormat, what you up to tonight?
There. What other seeds we got going? Oh, yeah. I need another one of these. This thing is slower than molasses. Good God. Where's that? This thing. I need charcoal.
Where did that? Oh, the deer's back.
Okay.
Oh, that's not a deer. That's a horse. And it has two babies. Or no, wait. No, one
It's a
is
horse,
a,
of course. The fairness, Misty.
one's a chamoy. Oh! Yep, that was the chamoy. Nailed it. I don't know how I got good with a bow. It was severely accidental.
Beginner's luck.
I don't know.
I was missing all over the place earlier, so. Ow, 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 ow. Bad horse.
Gotta make sure I don't step in the fire over here. Alright. Okay. You win. Oh, my inventory's full. Haha.
Good shot.
It was a bunch of shots.
Okay.
Well, if you didn't kill it, mine hit it in the nose.
Mine was in the water.
I lost my dog today.
I thought you hit
I
it, I
killed-
wasn't sure.
I killed the baby that you left alive.
Dough. Flatbread. Dough, I need... What? How do you make dough? That doesn't help me. That is all cooked. I will take it out. Did I just drop that? I did. Go figure. Come on, get around the rock. Really?
Yeah. Blood,
Only
I had
sometimes.
my shot aimed right, almost right in front of you, and just you hit it, I hit it, dropped it.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta go back and drop some of this stuff off. Speaking of dropping stuff off, it is actually after 9, so.
Oh, it is. Darn it, I'm having fun.
You don't work tonight, do you?
No.
No, but we actually are trying to stick to our schedule so that we can stay actually on our schedule. So, because tonight is like the only night we can actually do any of our normal stuff around the house and stuff like that. So, because the other 2 nights are the community night stuff.
Yona hasn't touched it.
This gets really good.
Zare's being a punk. Ah!
Yeah, it's still
You almost right into that fire.
still sitting here. I said something to her about it too. Consumables. No. How do make?
How do make what?
So if you go in either the campfire or the other thing, there's a thing that says flatbread. But it requires flatbread dough. How do you make flatbread dough?
When you unlock flatbread dough.
Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Don't give me a line. I don't know anything about crafting on this thing.
Me
I'm
either.
still learning.
Heck tree.
I don't think we have the oven stuff like that unlocked yet, so I don't know how to make any of that stuff.
I'm only level 8.
Yeah, I'm 7. I'm like a little over halfway through 7.
I'm almost 7. Flatbread dough, that is in tier 2. And you have to do the herbalism bench, and then it's on the left side. So it's.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah, I was going to say it's pretty close to the front, along with the wood crop plots.
Yeah, I knew where the wood crop plots were. And our composter.
There's also a cooking station down through there too, at one point. Which
Yes, there is better cooking stations. There's also a skinning bench to where you can bring back the small
get
game
better
stuff
stuff
and get
from
better back from it. Yeah. A salting station to help preserve meats.
Flour
An ice
made
box,
from
but
wheat.
an ice box at level 15 helps preserve, but you have to have ice for that. The stone furnace we will definitely need for cooking iron, copper, steel. Ooh, shaped obsidian, that's new. The contact device, so we can start doing some missions, simple missions. There's the rain reservoir, which those things are pretty cool if you live in a very rainy area. The oxide dissolver, where you can have a container to put into your suit, to where you will automatically breathe from that instead of having to keep running back every 2 seconds to.
You scared the crap
You know,
out.
go get a breath of oxygen.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I mean,
But
you
first
can
and
already
foremost,
do that,
we need.
can't you? Isn't there the slot or whatever that you can put the oxide in?
It's a
So.
little tiny.
It doesn't give much though.
Yeah, right.
Where the dissolver actually makes it do a lot better.
Yeah, and the small one just gives you a good breath of fresh air. And then the bigger one though, you can actually get
I can't even work.
a tank or a bladder, and you can get a water reservoir kind of thing, so you can get a water tank. Ooh, hello.
Hmm.
Hey, look, front door service.
I was like, what is going on outside?
There was a murder going on outside.
Apparently.
I don't know what's stuck over there, but
I'm
wait
not
till we
sure
get a bear.
either.
Did you hit that?
No, I didn't shoot at it.
Oh no, I'm talking about.
I know the other one that was roaming up got spooked by the shot. That's a long shot.
Purrs loudly. Oh look, the human slaves have arrived. You may pet me in the Twitch Pet Cafe extension.
I just got an
but only
achievement
if
called
you
Pain in
bring
the
treats.
Bass.
Capital.
Called what?
Pain in the bass. I shot a fish.
That's funny. I don't think that I need plant fiber seeds. I think we're good on that.
I hit it in the toe.
Here comes the sun.
I hit something, but I hit it way the hell down there, and I don't even know what I hit.
That was a teleporting deer. Dude, that was close.
You almost got shot. Why are you shooting me?
You got shot because you walked right in front of me. That's the reason why you got shot, because you walked right in front of me.
I never got hit.
I think he was
I
talking
think
about
it's
Sai.
Yeah, I think I shot Sai because he just happened to walk right in front
There's
of
an
me.
entire, like, forest of corn over here.
Yeah, leave it because
I am.
I don't need it right now.
I can't do any more with this body corpse here because my inventory's full. So there's a wolf corpse here in water. I just ran out of material, well, ran out of space, so I can't harvest anymore.
I got it.
The hell?
Alright. Are you gonna...
Yes, in a moment.
You almost got shot.
I think someone did shoot him.
Deathlight over there playing, you know, archery boy.
I'm gonna kill him. And he knows I'll do it.
It like went right past your ear.
I did see numbers on her. So I think he did.
I did
make
get hit by
contact.
something. That's why I turned around and said, "What the hell?"
All right, meow mates. Time for a
I
quick
didn't do
cat
nothing.
nap. The stream will be back soon, so don't go anywhere.
Sure.
Meow meow. Kappa.
You do realize
You and the viewer have had several friendly
that
chats before.
you can't prove-
With the viewer often asking about
I
your
pulled
life
the
as a
arrow
sassy
out
cat.
its bone.
You've shared funny
You're the one
stories
using
about your
bone
mischievous
arrows.
antics, and the viewer has seemed to
and there's
enjoy
a
your
thing
playful
called
banter.
clips.
You and the viewer have developed a fun, sarcastic rapport
Here.
with the viewer often asking about.
That was a figment of your imagination.
How is it?
We are not the droids you're looking for.
Yeah, right.
We shall see.
Smoked a little through the tree. Okay, honestly, I was trying to get a good shot to level there.
Uh-huh.
But I never hit you.
I call shenanigans and I will prove it.
Oh, I ran out of arrows.
Because I'm already working on a clip.
Don't hide behind Nikki. Oh, well, that hurt.
You good?
Are you two over there having a shoot off?
Let me finish my planting. I will get that clip though. Just saying.
Hey!
What the hell are you two boys doing over there?
Apparently, they're killing each other.
Oh, I'm stuck.
It'd be so easy. Nobody'd see.
Okay, no more. I'm gonna die. Get all these things out of me.
You see, you got one in the shoulder, in the hand, and the leg.
And in the foot.
How much health do you have left?
80, 89.
You're pretty much 2 shots away.
And I'm out of arrows.
Don't you dare point blank. Looked like my bow broke too.
Yay, level 8.
The only reason why I hid behind the rock because I needed to make more arrows.
I figured as much. Maybe give you a package.
We need a refrigerator. That way we can actually store the meat and it lasts longer than 5 minutes.
Now we got to craft and other hunt and all that kind of good stuff to better get at levels.
I took this one big medium crate box back here and started filling it with stuff too, because the other one up front was like full.
I put 2 right here to help.
Did you see the 2 that were behind the small ones that I put down?
Yes. I had already started putting them in the other one that was back against the back wall before I realized you had put those back there.
Okay. No, it's fine. I just... making sure.
I did see them though. Missed it by that much.
Okay. I got all of that replanted. I'm drinking. There we go.
I'm trying to get in the box.
So?
You gonna find somebody to raid out to?
I'm fixing to. I'm gonna go upstairs and sit on my bed. Like I always do.
And do nothing
Pretty much.
when you could play.
Haha.
Haha, what?
I'm on top of the fire pit.
You talking about the cover over it?
Yeah, the fire pit gazebo thing
That's
over
like
here.
was up there earlier.
Ooh.
Honestly, it makes a decent little advantage point for shooting and stuff.
Put a little guard tower up there.
All I can hear is the ants go marching right now.
Uh-huh. Hurrah. Oh.
I just came up on a chamoy. It scared the crap out of me when it went. Wah. I was trying to hit the wolf.
I ran out of arrows. That's why I ran up the melee.
Did I hit you?
No.
Good, now you got some arrows.
His friend.
Alright. I found somebody to raid out to.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Whatever. It is not somebody that we know. However, they are playing Icarus. Their name is, let me undo that. The Dolphin Swim TMG. So we are going to go and show Dolphin Swim TMG some love and support. But thank you to all the lurkers, chatters, and
Raiders.
new followers, raiders, for all the love and support that you've shown us. We greatly appreciate it so very much. We will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time with 7 Days to Die. And then after that at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is also GMT -8.
Oh.
Silva!
Hey, Silva.
What's
How
up?
are you 12_S1
We were just
over
fixing to head out.
21. Kappa.
But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time with our community game of City of Heroes on the Homecoming server on the Excelsior Shard. Anybody who wants to join us can. It is a free game. So feel free to join us either in chat or in the game. Either way is fine. But hopefully we will see you either in chat on one or both of those streams tomorrow. Or in the game. And hopefully you have a great rest of your day, night, evening, afternoon, time zone, whatever it may be. Alright, Jacket Games. You too.
Hello.
Have a good night.
How are you, Reed Jacket Games?
Have a good night, Silva.
Y'all have a great night and be safe and try to have a good day.
Yep.
Try.
There is a raid message in the chat. Be sure to copy that and put it in the chat when we get over there to show that you are with the raid. And also to get your extra channel points. Because who doesn't want channel points to spend in our channel? I mean, come on. It's just fun. But anyway. Hopefully we will see you all tomorrow. And thank you,
That shot would've
Deathlight.
been awesome.
Thank you, Deathlight and Bloodwolf, for joining us in Icarus. It's been fun. And oh, good. Sorry,
She's
guys.
gonna yawn and absorb half the world.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off of here and grab something to eat. And, I don't know what I'm gonna do after that. Something. But anyway, y'all have a great rest of your day.
But mainly things.
And hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Full of
Y'all
nachos.
Have a great night, everybody, and be safe. And like I said, we'll see you tomorrow evening.
Yep.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
And thank you, Deathlight and Bloodwolf, for joining us.
Yep.
You are most welcome.